Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to the ultimate stream of the working week. Yes, you have made it, ladies and gentlemen, to the Friday stream. So, congratulations for getting this far. Kudos to you. And yeah, we're going to be looking at some interesting stuff today. We're going to be following up on I guess, some of the biggest things that have happened this week, particularly when it comes to the assassination. I'm still undecided about whether I should be calling it a political assassination or not. But we're going to be talking about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. More specifically, we're going to be looking into details of the shooter. There's a manhunt, but the suspect is still at large. I love that phrase in the English language. It's a good one. And then we're going to be looking at what's been going on in France, because I've been wanting to do this for a couple of days now, but I think it's incredibly important. 4AS has started us off in the chat on the old YouTube. Yo, 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 what's up, what's up? Give up your pain in the neck. Hashtag pain in the neck. And that's going to be a dog whistle for people on this stream from now on when we start talking about gun control and gun violence. Hashtag pain in the neck. Wings of cheese. Yo, yo, yo. Give up the sock. Dilemmas 85. Let your conspiracy freak flag fly. Loving the alliteration there. Voltateur. Chur. How you going? Welcome from the other side of the ditch. Hope you are doing well. And so, yeah, we're going to be looking at some very interesting... There's going to be a press conference in 30 minutes, apparently. Rumor is they got him. All right, well, let's dive straight in. Can someone find me the link for that, if possible, and dump it in the Discord? Because I would actually, if we're going to do something like a live stream, let's watch this live. So, yes, they delayed their press conference because they had massive developments, which we're about to check out on Sky News, actually. We're going to see what Sky News has to say for themselves. So if someone can help find the live... Are you talking about, like, the FBI? Like, the Kash Patel's going to come out and say something about this incident? It's so funny, right? It's like the top people are all involved with this. Charlie Kirk's casket is, being taken around by Air Force Two, like only the top shelf stuff for old Charlie Kirk, absolute national hero these days. Not a divisive figure at all, but a national hero, it would seem. So, before we do our Friday stream, let us do our ceremonials, please. Today, Friday, being the eve of the weekend, the most sacred time on the calendar of the working week for the working people of the world, let us take a moment and pay our respects to workers, past, present, and emerging. It is on your shoulders that the entirety of the world around you rests. Just take a moment to think about that. This isn't just a loose housekeeping throwaway that I do every Friday. Think about that. It is working people, or people that have created value with their own hands and using their cognitive ability as people that are Homo sapiens sapien. That is our talent, our skill. It's the thing that gets us through as an organism. We produce value, and all of you around there, all of you around the world, everything that you see around you right now was produced by someone, literally through their work, or somebody who had a vision. It is humans who create value. And in this society that we live in, it is working people that produce all of the values. So I hope you get that small little concession in the 7 days that we define as a week at the moment, the way that we conceptualize time in this mode of production. I hope you get those 2 days, which we call the weekend, for yourself out of the clutches of capital. And if you do have to work, if you are working, I truly hope that you are compensated for it somehow. You get some type of penalty rates, or maybe a day off somewhere further down the track, the track as compensation. So, with the formalities out of the way, shall we turn to the most pressing issue at the moment, which is like, are there any developments in what's going on with Charlie Kirk's his actual assassin? They believe it's one person. They believe that they have enough intel to know that they tracked him off campus. So where he was on that building that we saw after the shot was fired, he's running the opposite direction, jumped off the building on foot, traversed the campus, and he was off in the suburbs somewhere. So, ho dang boys, let's dive. So we're gonna dive into this. And 4AS got him, and we've got Aglaika. Am I saying that right? Aglaika. Let me know if I'm saying that right. I think you've been coming to a number of streams now. This is becoming a pattern, and people are going to start talking. So let us know if I'm saying your name right. But thank you. I'll just check the stream chat just to make sure I'm actually on the right section so I can see if people... And there's some really interesting stuff in the Discord. We will go over that. But first, let's just get an update from Sky News. Sky News, yes. That's right. This one's for you, Wings of Cheese. Let's go to Sky News just to get a quick update on like these rapid developments from the FBI, just so we're all on the same page here. I'm just here to watch a trash fire. Hi there. How you doing? Welcome to today's events. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be picking up just to try and figure out where America is at right now as it picks itself, tries to put itself back together after it's lost a national hero. A large political figure, it would seem. I wouldn't have thought that he got the mantle of political assassination. He's definitely political, but, here we are. I'm surprised the perp is not a T-black commie. So the conversation can't go off on dog whistles. Yeah. Andy, fuck yeah. It's Sky News time. Yes, you've made it to the best part of the stream. This is really the only reason that we do these streams, Andy, is so we can watch Sky News. So don't go to the source. Come to these streams so we can check out what Sky News has to say about the event. So let's have a look-sees. Let me get my headphones. Yeah, let's have a look-sees and see where we're at with this one. But yeah, he's at large. From last I've heard, scrambled into the surrounding suburbs. They haven't been able to find him. It's like Desi Freeman all over again. You've got the most sophisticated technology, heavily, militarized police force, and they just can't find these people. It's incredible. Like, we live in one of the most surveilled the most surveilled society in human history. And like, they can't get these people. It still gets me, honestly. Sky News, Boomer Daycare, so good. Yes, I knew you'd enjoy that call too. 4AS, that's fucking hilarious. Boomer Daycare. Why would you only load 3 rounds with engraved bullets, then have the calmness under pressure to make a center mass shot, not eject the empty cartridge, sneak away with the rifle? Interesting. I support not supporting Sky News. All right, so we do this then in jest, let's just say. We do this ironically. I'm just here to watch a trash fire. We don't get any enjoyment from it, apart from when we see the comment section sometimes slamming Sky News, like we have in the past over things like the Epstein files, where they were just like, you're wrong on this one. And when we saw what happened with Luigi, do you remember what we saw with that one when we went to the Sky News comments there? And they were just like, you guys are so out of touch. You're so out of touch on this one. It was beautiful to see. That was like a moment for the working class solidarity right there. All right, let's have a look.
Let's get all the latest now from our Washington correspondent, Annalise Nielsen. Annalise, brother. The FBI say there have been rapid developments in just the past few hours. So what's happening?
Come on, tell us, please.
And they've delayed a press conference that was set for this afternoon. At the same time, the head of the FBI, Kash Patel, is flying from New York to Utah to join that press conference. And so it does seem like there is a significant announcement. He's faced some pushback after yesterday announcing that the suspect was in custody. That person was released a short time later. There were 2 suspects taken into custody and then subsequently released as not being related to this event at all. And so they are under immense pressure to find this person, not least because this is the latest escalation in violence in political events in the United States. And so as that fear continues, they want to bring this person to the law. So what we have seen today,
bring them to the law.
Updates.
Just drop them off in front of a court somewhere. No? Love the language. I watched Guys News on LSD once. It was hilarious. That is hilarious, actually. That's very crazy. I don't know. That wouldn't have been my first place to go on a trip, but if you got there, I'm sure you would have enjoyed it. Hey, straight into the deep end. Thoughts on it being a professional hit? Oh, geez, I haven't heard that type of speculation before. It's an interesting one. It's a very interesting one.
With critical information, the gun has been recovered by FBI agents in a clearing somewhere near the university campus. What we've heard from the Wall Street Journal is they're reporting that their sources have revealed that on that gun, or possibly on the ammunition, there was pro-trans ideology as well as Antifa ideology, anti-fascism. And so that will be something likely clarified.
Did you guys know about this? This is the first time hearing. I saw a video of it and I put it in my list of things to watch, that there was engravings on the ammunition, and I was wondering where are they going with this? It's the trans anti-fascists. How can you get any worse than that? Like, it's bad enough if they're trans, it's bad enough if they're Antifa, but here we go for the double whammy, ladies and gentlemen. It's trans Antifa. Dun dun dun. It's like the abominable snowman. This is the boogeyman of the conservative movement right here. How can you get worse than an Antifa? Hey? Have to be a transitioning Antifa. That's pretty scary stuff.
In this press conference, when it does happen, we're expecting sometime in the next few hours, but this is the information they gave us earlier today.
We have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle.
What the fuck is that? Does anyone know what one of those things are? Again, ignorant Australian here. What did he say? It's a high-powered what? Bolt action? What the fuck does that even mean?
It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle.
High-powered bolt-action rifle. High-powered bolt-action. Air conditioning? No. Rifle. I'm looking for rifles here. Oh, okay. Right. Looks pretty stock standard stuff. Whoa, look at that one. Damn. Best tactical bolt action rifles. There it is. Okay. That's some context for me. Again, I'm very ignorant when it comes to this type of stuff. It's a big round. Okay. YouTube doesn't like you today? Oh, you're getting censored already? Shame on you, Voltateur. If you put it in the censored comments, I'll have a look. Oh, wait, you wrote this. I can see it actually on my monitor. Is the trans Antifa in the room with us now? Yeah, I know, right? And they're somewhere in the room with us right now. It's just how you load the chamber. Oh, bolt action. Is that what that means? Jackie Bailey. High-powered both action trans rifle. You have to pull the bolt back and forth to load the bullet to each shot. Right. I'm getting educated. They say you learn something every day. It's meant to be for long distance hunting, powerful rounds, very little drift.
That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis.
Pete, firearms experts today have said that that kind of rifle with that sight, you wouldn't need to be an expert sniper to shoot someone accurately at the distance that they believe the shooter was when he took his shot at Charlie Kirk yesterday.
It's definitely
it's
a
about 130 meters. And so they do think that this is someone who...
Squeeb, are you getting done? Or is this from yesterday? Censored comments from yesterday. Ah, sorry. Nothing in the stream chat, is there? No. Sorry.
Who has some familiarity with guns, but there was some speculation yesterday it could be someone with military expertise, and they've said that's unlikely. Also, you heard before just that that evidence that he was wearing a helmet. Apparently, that's not something that a sniper would normally do in that situation. If you're going to take a shot off and kind of melt into the night, you don't want to be wearing things like that that would kind of make you look more distinctive. So that's what they're looking for. We've also heard that they think it's a university-aged
melt
person
off into the night.
Responsible for the shooting. And there has been significant search around.
Yeah, I know, right? Don't assume the shooter's gender. Ah, they did it. Hey, what gave you that impression? How dare you? So they think it's a trans man, do they? Yeah. She looked like she was transitioning, that's for sure. Come on, seriously. Dilemmas. That's what's weird about leaving with the rifle only to drop it in the woods after. Looks like Adam Sandler in disguise. A really skinny Adam Sandler. It's like, you know, hit the rocks. It's that rock bottom. Even the speculation that's going off here, right? It's probably a university student. It's still a hell of a shot, even if you don't need to be a trained sniper. Yeah, okay, thank you. Because again, like, I don't know anything, all right? I don't know anything about weaponry, but like, that's quite the accuracy, I would have thought. Even if you were, even if you were trained. Like, it just reminds me of this. Someone put this meme up, and someone's going to take credit for it, I'm sure. But like, this was one of the best memes that I saw yesterday on the Discord. Oh, it's Indoctrinate them. There you go. Can you guys see that? This was possibly the best meme I saw going around. Fucking minimize already, you bastard. There it is. This is Thomas Matthew Crooks, isn't it? This is the dude that got, you know, that missed on Trump. That's how you take a shot. Oh my God. This reminds me of that, like, you know, not so simple, this type of exercise, right? Obviously not that simple. Guilty. There it is. Come on. We know the shooter is a blue-haired trans-Iranian. Iranian. There's an interesting scope to that one, Soldier Bear. Solar Bear, sorry. I haven't seen that take before. Iranian, of course. They're the most likely to be trans and blue-haired, the Iranians.
Around the university, they believe they left on foot, and they've been knocking door to door trying to find information about how this person escaped.
After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads.
Can I just interject here with some wild speculation? Like, isn't this why people are supposed to have guns as well? Like, you know, the community should be out, everyone with rifle in hand, hunting this guy down. That's, I'm assuming, what the people of Utah would expect and want in this in a situation of this nature. Be careful you don't want to end up on charliesmurderers.com. What's that, Jag? I don't even want to touch the link. I'm scared, especially in a live stream. What's that? But there's lists of people. LOL. Sorry, that is not an easy shot. Oh, wow. With no training? I don't think so. Oh, there's so many opinions on this one. Interesting. He knew not to eject the spent cartridge and escape with the rifle, but dumped it in the woods nearby. It screams, "Hey, look who did it." It's a doxing site where they are tracking everyone that's been celebrating the murder. Whoa. Interesting. Ha ha ha. Yes, I've heard about this. Any American whose dad took him hunting as a kid could make that shot. There it is.
Vice President J.D. Vance has just landed in Utah with Air Force Two, a close personal friend of Charlie Kirk. He's reportedly going to escort Charlie Kirk's body with his family back to Arizona on Air Force Two. This is quite symbolic of just how deeply this is being felt at the highest levels of the US government. I know that some people might be thinking that this is politicians jumping on something opportunistically. It's the other way around. This is a person who was incredibly influential in MAGA circles. He was incredibly influential among young men that turned out in droves to support Donald Trump at the last election. And in fact, J.D. Vance mentioned that it was Charlie Kirk that introduced him to Donald Trump's sons, who were the ones that advocated for J.D. Vance to be the vice president of the United States. So this is how critical a figure Charlie Kirk was. And this is why there is flags at half-mast across the country. And also now Donald Trump's announced that he will be giving him a posthumous Medal of Freedom.
I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
What do you call it?
Posthumously, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Again, excuse my Australian ignorance here. Excuse my ignorance, good sir. However, what did he call it? A Presidential Medal of Freedom? Just in a stream and trying to figure out what a Presidential Medal of Freedom is and what it is issued for. Highest civilian honor in the United States. It's awarded by the president to individuals who have made especially noteworthy contributions in a wide range of fields, such as national interest and security of the U.S., world peace, cultural and public endeavors like art, science, education, sports, and social justice. He was a social justice warrior, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. There are two levels. The Standard Award and the Presidential Medal of Freedom with distinction, a high degree, given much more rarely. Interesting. Its civilian counterpart to the Congressional Gold Medal, which comes from Congress rather than the president. Interesting. There you go.
The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd. Very, very big.
He can't help it. He loves measuring shit. It's always measuring stuff for this guy. It's going to be huge. It's going to be the biggest Presidential Freedom Medal crowd ever. I'm telling you. Yeah, I know, right? 4IS. Charlie Kirk was an SJW. No wonder I didn't like him. There it is. Well, what else was it? Like, what else would he have done that was so outstanding for the community? I would like to know more. I've fired a 30 OT6. It's a powerful rifle. Is that the one that they're using? Oh, is that the one he was using? Or he or she? Shim? I'm not sure yet. Interesting. All right. Let's finish off what Sky News have to say.
So, Pete, this is being felt deeply across the country. Not only has this been an influential figure on the right, but across the entire political spectrum, there is just this broad concern about an increase in violence in political areas. And in particular, Charlie Kirk was someone who really appealed to young people. So to have an event like this where he can draw 3,000 people and have that kind of attack on free speech, it is one of those cases that's going to really define a generation.
Interesting call. Interesting call. It's similar to what they're describing. I don't know if it's the exact same gun used. Ah, right, yeah. Okay. Well, there it is. Has anyone found this thing yet? I would like to know more. I think it was you, Dilemmas. Kirk. His pronouns were savage. Yeah, I would like to know when this thing is happening, this press conference. See if we can watch it live. That might be interesting. You know, like let's ask our research assistant while we're here. Apparently there is an FBI press conference happening in Utah soon that Kash Patel is going to be convening. Can you confirm a site that we can watch this live on? Wow, you're really getting done by YouTube today, Voltaire. Not happy. Not happy. Actually, Voltaire, you put this one up in the Discord, and I wanted to speak to this because we looked at this after the Minneapolis school shooting just last week, wasn't it? Wasn't it just last week? It feels crazy that, like, yeah, so much has happened. I can't keep up with it. The streams are all melting into each other. So this is figures of domestic extremist-related killings in the US by perpetrator affiliation 2013 to 2022. So a total of 444 deaths there. Right-wing extremism accounts for 75% of the total 444 deaths. Left-wing extremism, including anarchists and black nationalists, got to ensure that you've got the anarchists and the blacks in there, right? That's 4%, a whopping 4%. Then you got domestic Islamist terrorism, 20%. And so I'm assuming there's been some Islamist terrorist attacks in America since 9/11. I don't know. All I can think of is Boston, but I'm not sure if that fits this time range here. And then other miscellaneous extremism, 1%. So I don't know what makes you miscellaneous on this chart. But like 75%. That's a big number. That's 3/4. 3/4. And now there's been some, what is it, trans Antifa signatures or engravings on the ammunition or the gun. That's going to bump this up to, 5%, right? This number feels awfully low for a 10-year period. Well, look, isn't it funny, right? Because this is exactly, do you remember the question that he was being asked when he got shot? Like, talk about timing, right? But like, do you remember the question? It was like, all right, how many trans people have been involved in mass shootings over the last 10 years kind of thing? And then they were arguing over what a mass shooting was. And so Charlie Kirk was like, oh, well, what constitutes a mass shooting? Is that a mass shooting with gang violence or without gang violence kind of thing? And so if they're talking about extremist related, I'm assuming they're taking out the gang violence thing. Because as we were looking at the legal definitions of a mass shooting, or what's accepted by certain institutions as a mass shooting, it's anything above 3 people. And so, yeah, a lot of gang violence seems to kind of warp those stats here. So this is what's been attributed to extremists. So interesting. Try Associated Press. Okay, I didn't agree with everything he said, but he shouldn't have been shot for it. Yeah, I think that's everyone's, the overwhelming feeling around this one. Ooh, David's in the house. Welcome to the Friday stream. I know it's probably not Friday where you are, But let me tell you, the future is bright. When Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy were assassinated, even those who didn't like them or support their views were genuinely horrified. That's not the case now. Scary time to be an American. Interesting. Interesting take on that one. Yeah, I think overwhelmingly the sentiment would have been one of shock and horror. But we're also living in a time now where there's social media. So like before, there might have been plenty of people that were at the pub or at school or, hanging out with mates that would have expressed how much they hated these figures. Martin Luther King especially, I would say. There were a lot of people that didn't like old Martin Luther King. But like the mainstream media who controlled the conversation beautifully in decades past, you wouldn't have seen that type of behavior. Maybe in local media, actually. But yeah, social media, it's different ball game now, right? And a lot of people just do stuff for the views too. So people do outrageous stuff just so like people will, watch them because they're outrageous. I don't think I'm seeing all the comments you're reading. Yeah, because I think they're getting heavily censored today. I can actually I can see the comments as they come up on my monitoring. I've got a different system now because I restream. I use a restream site. And so like it doesn't filter anything out. I get everything. But I guess everyone else is being censored on YouTube. Unless I haven't positioned this right. Let me just double check that for you. No, it's positioned right. I think David got censored and a lot of people are getting censored. So again, if you think you're getting censored, I would highly suggest that you just write CC in whatever platform you're on, just write CC and like I can check the censored comment section in Discord for you. Wings of Cheese. Like they pretend like they have an issue with neo-Nazis, but Sky has an issue with Antifa as a response. Yeah, but like they've got to be balanced, right? No? Isn't it balanced news? That's what they're all about. Let's get that balanced news going. All right, so let's see. Major, like CNN and Fox, they may pick it up. If you like, I can find a link right when it goes live to send to you. No, I want it now, research assistant. What's your problem? All right, I don't want to have to do this, but maybe we can go to CNN or Fox and just check it out. Upcoming? I don't know how to search it. Watch live Kash Patel's confirmation hearing 7 months ago. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Not it. Damn, he's looking old. Okay. Wait, I'm new. Why is everything being censored so much? Well. Tell me how to pronounce your name properly. Aglika. And, well, look, I don't know. That's a really good question. But broadly, things that have been political have been censored by YouTube. Anything that it picks up in its algorithm as, I don't know, sensitive speech, not safe for work, maybe, language, it just doesn't let the comments go through. So we've got a Discord on the side, and if you really want to get your censored comments through, then put it in the Discord, because what we have figured out is if you just keep writing the same comment over and over and over again, YouTube literally will cut the stream off. So don't do that. It's not advisable. So yeah, don't just keep thrashing the chat with your censored comment and be like, why won't this work? We've got a Discord. So if you would like, I can give you the invitation for the Discord if you are interested. Here it is. And you can go over there. They hate me because I'm based. Yeah, that's pretty much it. YouTube doesn't like based people on their platform. That's what they hate the most. Now, I really want to see this thing now. I guess I'll just have to keep an eye on it. How about we ask? Do you know when they are planning to have this press conference. What time is it on? Can you convert that to Australian Eastern Standard Time for me? And find out what stations will be covering it. Local time, Utah. 1:30 a.m.? Really? The next day? Interesting. All right. Well, anyway, keep your ears to the ground. If anything comes up, just let me know and we can switch pretty quickly. That was censored. What, you saying based was censored? Oh, yeah. I can't see it on the other side. No. It's getting worse now, too. New YouTube policies has made political channels even harder to find in the algorithm. It's the new child policies. They're trying to manufacture consent for something big. Yes, someone used the phrase manufacture consent. Thank you, Solar Bear. You win today's presidential medal for using the phraseology manufacture consent. It's a 4IS favorite, that one is. All right. What else did we see yesterday that I thought was absolutely scathing? I think it was in the memes section, memes of production. There was some good ones in there. Oh yeah, this one. Like this is real. This is legit, this one, I think. Charlie Kirk. There's so many Simpsons references. You can tell everyone are just like millennials in this stream, right? So many Simpsons references. But yeah, here, this one. Indoctrinated. Again, repeat offender. Charlie Kirk, gunned down. I dream of a world with scratched out guns. With guns. We saw it yesterday. We watched his little speech, let's call it, about gun control. So if people weren't here yesterday, his position on gun control was very clear. Was very, very clear. He said, and I quote, I might not be exact to the word, but I quote, "It is worth a few deaths a year so that we can protect everybody's right to bear arms." Words from his own mouth. So it is absolutely, like we were talking about yesterday, it's absolutely like ironic that this was happening while he was talking and having that debate about gun control. In the past, he's so clearly stated that deaths are just a factor that everyone's going to have to live with. And he has been seminal. Like, look at the way that Sky News were talking about him. He has been seminal in not only orchestrating Trump 2.0, but he's been seminal in fanning the flames of the culture wars that pin working people against one another. There is no unity or solidarity in the conversations that Charlie Kirk has on university campuses. I will give him credit where it's due, when like trans people or Muslims or, you know, think of some other type of boogeyman, steps up to the microphone and people are being a little bit rowdy and disrespectful, he will say, everyone should just calm the fuck down, let them speak, kind of thing. So like he tries to let people speak, but like his whole business model has been built up around fanning the flames of the culture wars, and that has manifested in a situation like this. I'm not saying that he's directly responsible for it. There are many a factor, but this type of thing that he does and has made a living out of has manifested in this occurring. This person has felt, it would seem like they have had to take matters into their own hands. Unless it, you know, turns out like everyone else, they were just, I don't know, they had some mental condition or something like that. But if they are mentally sound, then you know, they've obviously felt like they've had to take matters into their own hands as a result of this, again, fanning of the flames. Very, very crazy times. I think somebody's already said it's a pretty scary time to be alive with all this sort of stuff. See so many Simpsons references. Check it out, Lisa. You can actually pinpoint the moment. Oh my God. Oh, I shouldn't be showing that on the stream. Whoops. I didn't read that one beforehand. Should have screened that one. Charlie Kirk. Kirk and the guys watching over us, now at peace. What's this one? There's another Simpsons one. What was I laughing about again? Oh, yes, that dead podcaster. Savage stuff going on in the Discord yesterday. Savage. All right. Now, just to ram this, I wonder if the shooter had a safe house in the neighborhood. He could still be there laying low. I know, right? He could still be there laying low. It's like the Desi Freeman stuff. If you were across, David, when we were watching an Australian incident, like over the last couple of weeks, there's a sovereign citizen on the loose who killed 2 police officers in cold blood. That's pretty shocking in Australia, can I just add, for context. Killed 2 police officers in cold blood and like took off into the mountains. Like he's like Australian Rambo. This is like First Blood, the plot line for First Blood, Rambo. And he's off, and like no one can find him. Like our police forces, with all the sophisticated stuff that they have, they can't find him. And like the suspicion is he's being held up somewhere, in a safe house or something like that. Let's find now when people try to paint the picture here of, I guess Charlie Kirk being a national hero, like which is what we were just seeing on Sky News and all that sort of stuff. And like this champion of free speech, like he is a advocate for free speech. I don't know if you can call him a champion for free speech. Listen to what he says here when he gets up on stage. This is just before this happened, okay? For context, this is just before it happened.
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
All right, we're going to get started, everybody. You know how it works. Question and answer. Also, thank you to Lane from YRE5. That was great. Really appreciate it. And we're going to be here for a couple hours. Get comfortable. Bring the best libs that Utah has to offer.
Bring the best libs that Utah has to offer. One more time, and the crowd goes wild.
Libs that Utah has to offer. Bring the best libs that Utah has to offer.
This is not, okay, let's have a political discussion and just embrace the idea of freedom of expression and freedom of speech. This is a bloodthirsty arena where you come as a self-serving lib to try and put it over one of the gods of the culture wars, and usually you get shot down in flames, humiliated in front of a crowd that potentially emboldens you, encourages you to do things that are, questionable in response to this type of stuff. Look at this arena. Imagine stepping into this. Imagine stepping into that to be cannon fodder for a bunch of, I guess, conservatives who just want to own the libs. His language is quite clear there. It's like, it's not, let's, have a real conversation. Yeah, democracy. It's, let's fucking own the libs, basically. Let's own the fucking libs. So when you hear the rhetoric that's going to be coming out about this, that he was a champion kind of thing for our democratic ways. He loved freedom and he wanted everyone to be able to speak openly and have a good political discussion. This is all fanfare. This is an arena for owning the libs. and winning points to draw people to your side. Now, the wild allegations, again, that came through yesterday, supplied by one of our American correspondents, was the fact that Turning Point USA, his company, were commissioning buses to take people down to Washington, D.C., for January 6th, on January 6th, like rounding people up, putting them on buses so they could go and support the president. So like, this is the type of organization that it is. It fans the culture wars. It's not a vehicle for ensuring a pluralistic society and encouraging democratic participation. It is literally about the culture wars only. This is about driving wedges between people, which is basically antithetical to, I think, what we try to do on this channel. We have people from, I think, very big range of opinion sets, let's call them. We can't even agree. Like, we were doing a philosophical debate a couple of days ago while I was playing Rome Total War, and we can't even agree on what Marxism and Leninism and Maoism was all about. We all had different opinions on that. So, like, we can't even agree on what Marx was really about. Bloke was a sergeant. Explains the shooting a lot more. One of the conspiracies is that there was a private plane that left from a nearby airport and then shortly after shut off its tracking. What's that about? MSN.com. Let's have a look. What? This is some crazy conspiracy stuff, man. Let's have a look at that one. Private jet. Oh, it's just the advertising that's at the top, of course. Private jet that took... Fuck you, you dog. Private jet that took off after took off from Utah after Charlie Kirk assassination disappears mid-flight, sparking suspicion. In the chaotic aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination at Utah Valley University, various reports of a private jet taking off from a nearby airport and illegally disappearing from tracking software have surfaced, pointing to an incident as proof of a conspiracy in the conservative commentator's murder. Initially, Twitter used expressed concern about the continued function of Provo Airport, which is a 15-minute drive away from the UVU campus, as the shooter could potentially use it to escape. One of them, Stellar Man 2022, wrote, a private jet under the tail number N888KG left Provo Airport an hour after the shooting. Suspiciously, 30 minutes into the flight, it drops off from the ADS-B illegally and reappears headed back to Provo approximately an hour later. Why did this plane turn off its radar? Its whereabouts? That's pretty crazy. Whoa. That's a conspiracies fly. All right. I didn't see that one coming. Occam's razor suggests. I love a good conspiracy. Ron been awfully quiet for the last 2 days. Laughed Chev. Ron's got a little bit of a target on him at the moment afterwards. Some conversation that was happening a few days ago. Of course not. These ideological words just let people believe whatever they think it means, just like left and right. Yeah, bloody oath. Bloody oath. It really is. It's just culture wars, all of this, isn't it? Stream chat. Oh, so, whoops, I missed the stream chat. I do apologize. Voltaire, there have been so many videos circulating. It's glorious. He was even saying how public executions need to be brought back. Well, I'm sure, look, I'm sure, Voltaire, there is a few people that are that agree with that now. And like, we already saw the governor in Utah say that he's going to seek the death penalty. Or they're just reminding everyone they have the death penalty. Sorry, in Utah. There are also many videos over the years of him shying away, ignoring people that are actually intelligent and bring up legitimate rebuttals. He liked to paint a narrative to make him appear more intelligent than what was reality. Yeah, like, look, what he did, like what he was doing at Utah yesterday was exactly that. He was going to entertain a crowd of 3,000 people and take the best cuts of him kind of outsmarting or having a gotcha moment with a libtard and like cutting that up and sending that to his editing team will cut that up and just let that go viral on TikTok and anywhere else that plays shorts for Generation Z, the Gen Zs out there, for the young people that he was a champion of, right? But like, yeah, it's all about good editing. Yo, are you saying he shot down libs for the sake of entertainment? I guess he didn't get that last word. Yeah, it's funny when you say it like that. Hello, Avalava. It's good to have you. AP is live now. Kash Patel is there. Associated Press is live now. Okay, thanks. I'm going to just put that into FreeTube, I guess. Associated Press. Is this live? Fuck, why can't we hear it?
Wooded area. This is the video evidence that we utilized to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence.
Thank you, by the way, Dilemmas 85. Thank you very much.
So here's the still photographs. I mentioned these have been enhanced. So these are slightly different than what we introduced earlier. Please pay close attention to the t-shirt. Like I said, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle. The hat with the triangle and the sunglasses. If you go to the next picture, please. The backpack as well. All identifying features that we're hoping the public can help us identify and lead us to this suspect. Next picture. And again, there's a better picture of the hat with that triangle logo, and again, the t-shirt. Blue jeans, and you get a good look at those Converse tennis shoes as well. We have pushed these out. We'll continue to push these out. And we just ask for the public's cooperation through the public. The tips that have been coming in are what are giving us our next leads and enabling us.
I can see the chat. You guys can't see it. People are like, oh my God, he's white. He's white. Look, he's white.
And we're continuing to ask for that.
Another white guy. Another white guy. This is a nothing burger.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mason. I want to thank Director Patel.
He would be mad.
It's great to have them on the ground with us tonight. We've had several briefings, and he's had an opportunity.
This is the governor.
To the crime scene. We appreciate our local law enforcement here. Again, we have Mike Smith, who is the county sheriff here. We have all of our local.
If you enhance it enough, flip it and reverse it, you'll see a trans flag. And therefore, it was all Antifa.
As we move forward with this investigation. Now, just give you a little warning, we will not be taking
Adidas hat
at this time. We're giving you the latest information we have, being as transparent with everything that we have. But I do want to share a couple things that I think are important. We cannot do our job without the public's help right now. The public has answered our call for action. So far, we've received more than 7,000 leads and tips. I would just note that the FBI hasn't received this many digital media tips from the public since the Boston Marathon bombing. This case also highlights the dedication of our law enforcement community. We have 20 federal, state, and local law enforcement partners that are working shoulder to shoulder to find the person who committed this horrific crime. With their support, we've completed nearly 200 interviews. As you're aware, as has already been reported, the FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. We also continue to implore the public to support this investigation and come forward with any information. We are truly hopeful that this video and new photos will lead to even more tips. We are processing. We have an incredible team, a state and federal team.
They need that money. We are in a recession. Yeah, right. That man has a poorly shaped head.
Or suspects, but we need, again, we need as many as much.
He just compared Charlie Kirk to all the people that died in the Boston Marathon. That was low key.
Media tip line, which is www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. Again, that is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. You can also provide general tips about the shooting by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI, or at tips.fbi.
Did I miss Kash Patel?
This is, I would just say, this is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are
I want to see him talk.
To justice for Charlie Kirk and his family. I will just add as well that, as was mentioned, there is a lot of forensic evidence that is being processed right now at both the...
Who said that? Wings of cheese. It was transparent.
On the East Coast. So we are working in tandem together. I would also just add a word of note for those people who are spending so much time on social media. I think Charlie said it best, that when things get bad, we should put our phones down and spend a little time with our families. There is a tremendous amount of disinformation. We are tracking our team, the state team, and I'm sure the federal team as well. What we're seeing is our adversaries want violence. China, we have bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence. I would encourage you to ignore those, to turn off those streams, and spend a little more time with our families. We desperately need some healing. We'll have more to say about that in the days and weeks to come. More than anything, we are going to catch this person. Last thing I will just say is we've been working with our attorneys, getting everything that we need, affidavits ready, so that we can pursue the death penalty in this case, and that will happen here in the state of Utah.
There it is.
To the public, to those who are grieving.
Don't quote Charlie, dude.
I know we are feeling those prayers. I know the Kirk family is feeling those prayers as well. We pray that God will bless our nation at this very dark time. We can start healing by finding this perpetrator and holding him accountable, and we need your help to do that. Thank you.
They got nothing. They got nothing. Oh, what? Patel said nothing. We missed it.
That's why I'm saying, let's shoot the video. We don't care about sense to us.
Mic check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. That was a pretty short press conference.
We want to make sure that
It was just this dude.
That eagle.
Really? That was it?
to look for you're working with our
Patel said nothing. Interesting. I wonder what that's about.
That are going to follow.
The public and the and
That's very interesting. Did we get that right?
I don't know what he was saying there. He says you zoomed in and then you zoomed out. Let me just have him text you because I apologize. I'm not wanting to be in the mix of between you and
Yeah, no Kash Patel. What's going on? This guy's on hot mic though. Watch out. Hope he doesn't say anything. There is no point in Patel saying anything if they have nothing. There it is. The most savage assessment of this situation. The material reality, ladies and gentlemen, is they have fuck all. Ooh, disinformation. Get Palantir on it. Yeah, it's because Charlie was all about healing the American divide. Yeah, I know, right? Like the rhetoric is all like, this guy was such an amazing figure for all Americans. I don't know about that. Have I frozen? Let's have a look if my stream's working. No, the stream was working okay. What's going on with my restream though? Restream's gone down. To refresh that. The right are far more organized as they do have the capital to support their causes. That's not usually their take on the situation though, is it, Bolzitor? They think the left is way more organized. Get the Brave browser mystery. Okay, Brave is still Chromium. G'day, mate. It certainly has been a day and has a built-in ad blocking. All right, good note. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nah, you're good. Okay, thanks. I've frozen on just my monitoring screen for some reason. All right, interesting. I can't. Like, why did he fly there to say fuck all? What a waste of our time. I thought they might have actually had something. Again, nothing burger. Oh, this conspiracy that you've got now, Jag, it's the front runner at the moment. The private jet that went off the radar immediately after the incident. One of my dad's right-wing friends said Charlie was never ugly to anyone and only debated civility. Now, that's funny because have you seen, you know what was interesting as well? He was scheduled for a debate with Hassan, like in, I don't know what, like next week or something like that. They were going to, throw down together like they did, I don't know, 6 years ago or something, where Charlie Kirk really lost his shit at Hassan's uncle, that dude from the Young Turks. And yeah, look, again, credit where credit's due. I've seen many a time where Charlie Kirk, and this could just be good editing, has been like, everyone calm down, let the person talk when people are like booing, again, someone who says that they're Muslim or they're anti-Christian or they're trans, they're trans, and like, he calms everybody down and asks them to be civil. But like, he was a debate lord for a reason. And like, he literally only does that sort of stuff, I think, for, culture war purposes. But like, what a nothing. They don't have anything. Like, serious developments, my butthole. They've got nothing. That's very, very strange. Why would you even go there? I guess they got to say something, right? They got to say something, or else they look real bad. All right, so shall we flip the script on this one, considering that there's absolutely nothing coming in? And I want to have a look at what happened in France over the last couple of days. I wonder if they even have prints for the gun. Yeah, well, if it was so professional, seemingly, I wonder if they do. They said, what do they have? Forearm and fingerprints, and they're going to do analysis on that. But yeah, I guess we'll see. I guess we will see. So yeah, we're going to switch gears now, and we're going to go over to the other side of the Atlantic. And we're going to be looking at what's been happening in France. So if you remember, earlier during the week, we were speaking about the fact that France has been going through some political turmoil, I guess you would say, because of the instability, supposed instability of their government and the fact that they've got a debt crisis looming. So France's debt is well above the acceptable limitations for an EU member. EU members are supposed to keep their debt to GDP ratio at about 3 to 5%, and like theirs is triple that, I think. And so they need to get their debt basically under control. And so what they have been doing, Macron is part of a particular party, let's just call them centrists. And the centrists have a large section in parliament, but they're not a majority. And the right wing and the left wing have the pretty similar numbers. So there's the centrists. So it's basically, if you break parliament down, it's like a third to the left wing, a third to the center, a third to the right wing. And so Macron keeps picking prime ministers to lead the parliament from the centrist party. But like the French political system, the parliamentary system at the moment is that if the parliament decides to vote that they have no confidence in the prime minister, they can keep just deposing the prime minister. So every time Macron picks someone, they just kick the prime minister out again because nobody likes the centrists that he keeps picking. So earlier this week, we saw Prime Minister Bayrou. He got kicked out of being the prime minister because he was thanks to a vote of no confidence, an overwhelming vote of no confidence. What is it? 15% debt to GDP doesn't sound bad. Half as much as Australia, but this is on a yearly basis. So I think their actual debt is huge compared to that. But 15% is the debt to GDP ratio on a yearly basis. I'm not sure what Australia's is. But this is not their overall debt to GDP. This is just how much it is, like I said, within a financial year. But I guess it's different because they don't have a sovereign currency, yes. And so they're subject to the EU and they need to play by the rules of the EU because, the EU will potentially make, executive decisions on what to do with France if they don't get their obligations under control. And their obligation is to get their debt within a reasonable realm. And so Bayrou, the previous prime minister, was trying to do that, and he was doing it in a classic centrist neoliberal style. Their overall debt is there. It is. Thank you. Their overall debt is quite large. And we were saying, look at Japan and stuff like that. Japan's is 200%. I think Jag was saying the other day, but Japan, a lot of the debt is held by their own central bank, but in the case of France, they are beholden to the EU. So it's not like they can just turn around to the EU and be like, hey, print us some more currency. Let's get some liquidity going, monetary policy. Let's just print cash and pay off some of these debts. The EU isn't going to fucking do that. Brussels won't do that. And it'll be very unlikely that all the EU's member states will come together just to print euros to bail out France. So they've got to kind of get it under control themselves, but also meet the ranges for their actual obligations under the EU agreements that they've signed on to. And so, Bayrou came up with a plan, which was $44 billion worth of cuts. Sorry, 44 billion euros worth of cuts to basically social security and government spending in France. And if you know much about the French when it comes to their perspective on politics and government actually being there as a mediating force in the economy to help citizens out as opposed to just helping out the capitalist classes, they don't put up with shit when it comes to people cutting their government, their services, their social welfare and all that sort of stuff. They are rather socially democratic. So they use the democratic system for social gains. This is not socialism. We were speaking about this the other day. This is my opinion on this. And we were debating the facts of this the other day in the afters while I was playing Rome Total War. But that's not socialism. It's social policy. They continually vote for people that that protect social policy, social security, public healthcare systems, pension systems. And so a list of the things that Bayrou was actually going to cut out. One of those things is he wanted to get rid of 2 public holidays as well, and to make changes to the pension. And so talk about putting a target on your back. Like one thing, cutting 44 billion euros away from your budget for government services and social security. But imagine trying to be as audacious as to take public holidays away from anyone, including the French. Like, yeah, he's a commie, get him. Like, yeah, who takes away public fucking holidays? Honestly, that's ballsy. But like, he was trying to do this to meet the obligations that they have to meet their EU targets. Anyway, they were quite pissed off, the French, and so they have organized this thing called the Block Everything protest. Now, I've been talking to a number of like counterparts that I have in France, let's say, and I've been trying to get an understanding of it. Like the I guess you would say the old school left over there believe that while this did have some type of leftist origin, this Block Everything rally, it has been co-opted by right-wing elements, and it's no longer savory. It's no longer exclusively like a left-wing organization, even though some of the left-wing organizations over there, like, you know, socialist groups and political parties and unions have been supporting this event. But it's called Block Everything because they wanted to block everything. They wanted to shut France down. So this is like akin to a general strike plus a consumer boycott, basically. And so I've seen, like, you know, footage of business owners saying that they're not going to open up, or if they're going to open up, they're not going to accept any card payments because, you know, big financial corporations take a commission every time they get paid, and they're going to starve them of their commissions for the day, and they'll only accept cash. So it seems to be like a consumer class backlash and a working class backlash. But like, as I said, there's certain counterparts that I've spoken to are like, no, it's been hijacked by the right and it's going to turn into some just like crazy chaotic affair. So it's not a real like kind of left-wing demonstration as it originally had started out to be. And then I've heard some other people that are left kind of leaning and they're like, no, it's legitimate. Everyone's pissed off and it's like more of a solidarity thing, which is, again, I think even better. Like, I actually think it's better if left and right-wing people go out and protest together, because they can start seeing that they actually share things in common that are more important than the divisions, which again is not what Charlie Kirk stood for. He stood for highlighting people's divisions as opposed to showing that there are similarities. And the important similarity here for the French people is they're not going to be screwed over by the political establishment who wants to serve out some neoliberal agenda so they can maintain their position, kind of like their obligations to the EU. If they have to be bailed out by the EU, that's their fucking problem, not the French people's problems. They want their social security, their pensions, and their public holidays. And so they formed this Block Everything. So they're literally just like classic French style. When they get pissed off, they're just like, hey, let's just go into the streets and just demonstrate. And so they have been going off. So I asked for a French source on this. So we're going to go and get a French source on this one. And like, I think there is an auto dubbing feature on this. So let's see if the auto dubbing works on FreeTube as well. But like, let's see what what the French have to say about this, as opposed to just getting all these Western media, Anglo sphere kind of sources. Nah, it doesn't. Okay, I'm gonna put this somewhere where we can actually hear the auto dubbing and see if that works. Because it would be good to hear what he actually has to say live auto dub. Dude, bruh, I'd love some French sauce right now. Yes, I would love a French sauce right now. Why not, hey? Give me your French sauce. Arr.
Ladies and gentlemen, today...
Yes, okay. The dubbing's so good. Let's see if I can get this into a window. Let's see if I can get this across. But you guys can actually see that. And it gets auto dubbed as well. Damn you, you dog. Stop doing that. Okay. I think this is the way to get it to be auto dubbed. and potentially get away without ads? Let's find out. All right, let's see if this works. Does that work for you guys? Can you guys see that? Yes, I think you can. All right. Let's do this.
This video is very special. Ladies and gentlemen, today's video is very special. First of all, because we're at Actor Refractire, you know, it's our daily life. We talk about current events every day, almost every day. But especially because it's September 10th, a special day of action in France, and we've been working hard at Le Canard all day to bring you this video late at night that will summarize the main actions of the day. We're not going to do what the media do, like, oh well, you're being violent here by putting cameras and zooming in on this. No, today we're going to talk to you about this day as the activists experienced it, as you may have experienced it in the streets, among the elderly, during the blockades. So, if you're curious to know how September 10th went, this is the video for you, and share it as much as possible because, as you'll see, it took a lot of work and it will also be useful for you to really understand what's at stake on September 10th. Let's go. 5:50 a.m., it's not even dawn and already the first blockade in France. Barely an hour later and the ring road is paralyzed in both directions. Clearly the day is starting off strong. When we're the first,
French.
But obviously they're not the only ones. All the other cities in France mobilized today. Whether in Amiens...
So, like, it's a good cultural distinction to have here. This, like, behavior, this blockading stuff, you know, bringing things down, let's say, or shutting things down in this fashion is considered in English-speaking countries, I would say. Like, look what was happening with the LA protests when people were burning things that, like, everyone was like, oh, it's violent protests, everyone's being violent, rah, 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 like, kind of thing. And, like, people were angry about that. That sort of thing is not the same for the French. They don't consider that type of stuff to be outrageous behavior. They're more than happy to, you know, shut a street down and set things on fire. That's actually part of their culture. And it would be like an insult to their culture to be told that they can't do things like that. So, like, it's a big cultural difference there that I think we should kind of appreciate here in the West, that the French are more than happy to just set things on fire. It's actually part of their political expression. It's not a sign of violent behavior. I think that's a massive distinction for Westerners to make, because I know people have different opinions about that. In this stream is about, you know, whether burning stuff should be considered a violent form of protest or not, because that's how people like to frame it, especially the mainstream media. But, you know, this is just how they start the morning. They know that there's a big protest coming up, 5 o'clock in the morning. Here we go. We're burning stuff and blocking streets. It's just, hey, shall we start the day, like, kind of thing. Okay, let's get some pallets together. Let's shut these streets down. It's 5 o'clock, and then we'll get a coffee, and then we'll go back. Right? Burn it all.
Lille, Rouen, Le Havre, Nantes, Bordeaux, Poitiers, La Rochelle, Foix in Ariège, Fare-les-Oliviers, Toulon, formerly Provence, Albertville, Villeurbanne, Annecy, Creil, Strasbourg, Reims, Harbois, Tours, Annecy, Béthune, Beauvais, Thun, Vienne, and there are many others that we haven't mentioned. In Charente, for example, the Nationale 10 was completely cut off. Of course, in Marseille, they were also mobilized at 8 a.m. with incredible images and large demonstrations in Valence, where comrades stubbornly blocked the war on several occasions.
There's an anarchist flag there.
Of course,
did you see that?
There is Brittany with Briss in the rain, umbrellas unfortunately, and Ren, of course, who was there to remind people that she is indeed the red and black. Over there, a bus actually caught fire, and the media said it was obviously the protesters' fault. We didn't really hear the same story. What we were told was that the bus got stuck under the ring road like that, and the protesters said, well, we're going to take it over. The police intervened, used tear gas, and as is often the case with tear gas, we don't really know, but it happens very often, it caught fire. And that's what apparently set the bus on fire. In any case, whether it was on the ring road or the ring road, everything was blocked, and that didn't stop our young people from dancing around the fire before going to hold a huge demonstration. In short, the Renettes, always in our hearts, you are number one when it comes to holding demonstrations. In Toulouse, the figurehead...
They love starting fires. Hey, it's a fucking cultural thing. If, you know, Americans just like having guns, and we're going to have to deal with a world, or the Americans have to deal with a world where people have guns, as Charlie Kirk said, and he's had to deal with it. then like the Europeans or the French, when they go out and protest, they need a fire so they can, get it going, baby. Well, they have a history of removing heads from bad leaders' shoulders. So their government kind of fears a truly motivated people. Yeah, just kinda. Eh? And they should be very fearful. And like that's why they keep calling for the prime minister. They've been through 6 prime ministers in the last 10 years, I think, or 8 years, which is pretty crazy. It's very tumultuous times over there. Like Australia was going through this phenomenon, I don't know, like what, 15 years ago now? 10, 15 years ago, where we just had prime minister after prime minister, everyone getting stabbed in the back by their own parties because no one was popular. Well, a lot of the world is going through this type of sensation at the moment. People are just sacking their heads of states because they're just not happy with the way things are. And like this sort of stuff really shows it, really demonstrates it. People are unhappy.
Has been announced. 30,000 people are in the streets. In Lyon, the roads are on fire. It's starting to turn into a huge demonstration. In Brittany, as elsewhere, small towns are getting involved. Saint-Brieuc, Agnan, Morlaix, Quimper, Pontivy, Rostrenan, Dinan, and of course, Guingamp. But hey, we've got a report for you that Cower is currently editing for tomorrow so that you can see what it's like to block a small town in the interior. Yeah, Gaga, of course, has its own special format, and the same thing in the south with wild demonstrations in Avignon, Toulon, Seven, Aix, Perpignan, Montauban, and Montpellier.
When you say, from my experience of being in France for like protests and things like that, if you see all the people with high vis on, they're from unions. So it's not like it's just like, I don't know, chaotic young people burning shit down. Like if you see, a lot of people with high vis and stuff like that, they're like union delegates or like people that are managing things like the March for on behalf of unions. And so they're wearing their high vis so they can, I don't know, be a beacon for people that are organized behind an organization or an institution, as opposed to just people that want to rock up and be part of the day's events, if that makes sense. Almost as bad as 2009, 2019. 2016, not 19. Sorry, 2016. 2009 to 2016. I wonder what us pulling out of the sub deal did to France's economic situation. Yeah, I wonder. They were pretty pissed off about that, and like rightly so, I would say. Doing archery, I'm not active. Sub media has a lot of reports on the French struggles like this, though. Yes, yeah, and it's been around a lot in the background, but it really got like completely put to the bottom of my algorithm yesterday because of all of the fucking Charlie Kirk stuff. But like there was a lot of people talking about this, so we don't get a lot of French news. So I really want to kind of highlight what goes on in liberal democratic societies around the place as much as we can to get a good understanding of the political sentiment at the moment. And like, this is, for all intents and purposes, a melding together of left and right wing sentiments in France at the moment. So it's good to see that working class. I'm not going to say solidarity. I'm not saying that these people are working together, but like it's good to see that there is a sentiment there that drives them all into the streets at the same time, regardless of their political persuasion. Whereas a lot of the protests that we're seeing in the West at the moment, it seems to be like very currently, not more broadly, but very, very currently, seems to be about like anti-immigration. So there's a large right-wing bent on the type of civil unrest we're seeing. So this one is interesting because it's kind of just the people versus the political establishment over there, and saying no to, pretty much neoliberal style policy and agendas, which is interesting.
This crazy demonstration. Even in the countryside of Flers, Cray, Col-sur-Faune, Valette-sur-Var, and Briwood. And in the city of our former Prime Minister François Barrot, there was a gathering in Place de Verdun with large parts of a pedestrian convoy that walked all over the city. And otherwise, you have places where it looked really cute, like in Audierne. And it also spilled out of France to Réunion with leaflet distributions, or Martinique with this huge traffic jam. And how were we able to identify all this? A little bit on Twitter, but the main thing is that you sent them directly to the Telegram loop balance ton action. We had kind of thrown it out like that, wondering if it would work. B. Apparently yes, because more than 2,000 of you joined it and there are hundreds and hundreds of videos and images of all your actions. We will of course put the link in the description if you want to continue to inform us and inform everyone about the militant actions that you are doing in France. Oh yes, we have to say it. If there are times when many roads have been blocked, it is also thanks to our friends the farmers. And yes, as you may know, the Confédération Paysanne, the only union of farmers in France that is worthwhile, well, they have decided to mobilize against free trade agreements and against, you know, the law, the stupid law, the lead law there. In Angoulême, the Garac roundabout, then the N10, were blocked, and there too with farmers on the front line. The Confédération Paysanne even brought...
It is interesting, isn't it? Because you don't see this often. Like, I'm not familiar with this sort of stuff in Western countries. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but, like, you don't see a lot of farmers protesting. Like, out, like, in unionized farmers as well, out protesting and, like, getting pissed off. Usually there's, like, a big cultural divide. And farmers in Australia, anyway, represent much more of the conservative movement, and they wouldn't be out in the streets, you know, blocking things. They'd be worried about the state of the economy, and like, don't block the streets. You know, we've got a job to do. We need to service the economy.
200 people were there from the morning, and they held out for the whole day. And the Haute-Vienne, the Avon motorway, was blocked by an incredible line of tractors. But they didn't stop there, since we found vegetables from the market gardeners used in delicious meals for the canteens. Thanks to them and recycling, we were able to eat organic, good quality food, and above all, free food at a price we could afford. Even in our area, for example, the soup helped fund an anti-repression fund. But of course, where things moved the most, where there were the most people, was in Paris, where the main goal was to block the ring road. And from early morning, the gates of Paris were...
So, like, around, like, Paris, like, major, like, the main part of Paris, there is this massive, like, fucking highway. It's literally like, if... yeah, there was just like a circle around the main part of Paris. And so, like, if he's talking about that, like, this ring, like, everyone gets onto that to, like, move to the part of Paris or outside of Paris that they want to, as opposed to cutting through it, because it would just be a nightmare to do that. And so, like, cutting that off would just basically shut down the entire city, I would say. It's mental. It's a mental street network. As an Australian, I'm not used to seeing that type of traffic. And European farmers throw cow shit and Parliament House on the weekend just for something to do.
filled with blockaders. The Porte de Bagnolet, the Porte d'Aubervilliers, the Porte de Clignancourt, the Porte de Montreuil, and the Porte de Vincennes. All this happened between 5 and 9 a.m. and each time, 15 to 30 minutes after the protesters arrived, the police arrived ready to disperse. And you know the drill. They charged, they threw tear gas, and the blockades were able to hold out for a more or less long time before being cleared. It was the same for high schools. As soon as they opened, high school students blocked the Hélène Boucher and Claude
See, I
Monet
love
schools,
this
for
about,
example.
like,
Then,
French people, they get their political training at school and university. Like, a lot of people do get, like, kind of, like, what's the word? Radicalized, or like they turn political at university. That happens. I would say most places around the world. Student activism is not a new thing, but they really, like, the teenagers at like high schools, they strike. Could you imagine that? Like, I don't know what it's like in the US or wherever you're joining us from, but for Australians, I don't think I've ever heard of an Australian school being shut down because the students are on strike and they refuse to go into the building. Like, it's just such a different culture when it comes to their participation in the political system. This is the literal liberal ideal of political freedom and the pursuit of happiness in the American sense, which was these cultures, the Americans, the colonialist Americans, the French, before the revolution, they lived in societies where if you spoke about politics, some authority would come and throw you in prison or kill you. And so the ideal of behind the pursuit of happiness in the American sense was really about, it's not about, you know, buying shit that makes you happy. It had nothing to do with that. It had to do with the pursuit of happiness, meaning you could have a say in how your nation, how your community was being run. You could be politically active, and that would create a better life for you and everyone around you. You could have a say, and it could change your life by having a say. You could choose not to use it, and that would be part of the pursuit of happiness. That would be your choice, but you have the choice to voice your opinion or not. And like everyone coming together to voice their opinion may change the way that society is run. It's a beautiful ideal, and some people seem to take it a lot more seriously than others. It's literally ingrained in their culture. Remember the climate protests, kids. Okay, there you go. There you go. It happens. It happens over particular issues. The French are cooler than I thought of them when I was a kid. Yeah, they are cool. Yeah, there's a lot of like French bashing that happens in English-speaking popular culture, I'd say. At my high school, the students had a protest because they took away the soft drink vending machine. That's hilarious. What? No more soft drink? No more hot chips and sausage rolls? The fuck is this? That's hilarious.
Well, we must also mention the train stations that were occupied, the Gare Nord and the Gare Lyon this afternoon. And at the same time, a large mass gathering was planned in Chatley, and even before the official start of the demonstration, it was already Black Mount. From 2:30 p.m., the police corralled the demonstrators, meaning they corralled them and prevented them from leaving the procession while throwing tear gas, which is illegal. But the procession continued to grow. Around 4 p.m. the crowd was still marching. And of course, this is where we will see the image that is constantly making the rounds in the media. Hey, this restaurant that is probably burning down because of the tear gas. But of course, the journalists and the prefecture have already found the culprit. In the meantime, thousands of people gathered in...
This is really interesting, like the claim that he's consistently making here. I'm gonna check that. I'm gonna check that, fool. I would like to know more. Ask my research assistant, because I've heard this claim made before as well. We are watching a piece of content made by a French content creator who's covering the Block Everything protests that have happened around France recently. And the claim is constantly being made that fires in shops or to do with vehicles are started by police tear gas canisters. Can you confirm whether this is a phenomenon or not? Tear gas is dispersed using canisters, grenades, and projectiles. Some of these devices use pyrotechnic or combustible charges or propellants to generate the gas cloud. Because of that, parts of the canisters, especially the casing or ignition elements, can get hot. That means if they land on flammable material, wood, dry debris, paper, furniture, cloth, it could start a fire. There are firefighter forums and anecdotal reports of small fires caused in this way. However, tear gas itself, no. Okay, fine. That's fine. Yeah. Interesting. Not a baseless claim, it would seem. All right, let's go back. The organization is next level. When the call is made, everybody knows where to go and what to do. I'm telling you, it's part of their culture. They literally, and because a lot of people obviously will live in urban areas, that's where the densest part of the population is. It's not like they do have sprawling suburbs, but they do, like, people live in the city centers. They're not central business districts. They're actually cities where people live and like live in relative density. So when the French are pissed off about something, they're like, all right, that's it, everyone downstairs, and they just go into the street, and like everyone, yeah, kind of does know what to do. It's a very different culture.
The evening at Place des Fêtes for a new General Assembly of the movement, which, let's remember, has only just begun. And in the meantime, what was the very courageous Macron doing? Well, he was barricading himself in the Élysée Palace behind his many armored vehicles. But September 10th was also an opportunity to experiment with new forms of protest. There are already many, and of course we don't have any images of them, who have decided to do nothing, not to consume, not to buy. Some have cut off their electricity, and so on and so forth. These are obviously individual actions that we can't really quantify at the moment, but in any case, these people have also demonstrated resistance. And in the streets, we have seen many initiatives and actions that demonstrate originality. You may be familiar with the Belarusian movement, which is a mix of cycling and revolution. It sounds a bit strange, but in reality, it involves cyclists marching around certain roundabouts together to disrupt traffic, like here in Villeurbanne. And it worked pretty well, like in Strasbourg, Floric and Lauser, near Montpellier with over 120 cyclists, and in Chambéry. In terms of blockades, in Dijon, people tied themselves to the train line to disrupt transport. We also had operations to facilitate traffic on the motorways thanks to tolls in Montélimar and Manic. Manix, is that called Manic? Tell me in the comments if it's called Manot, or in Pertuis, and you've had others who decided to block businesses in Marseille.
That's my favorite part of the video. The French don't even know how to pronounce the areas that they're talking about. You tell me how to pronounce it. Who the fuck knows?
Eurolink was occupied to denounce and stop the supply of weapons.
What I'm finding is there are a lot of Palestinian flags. So again, like the people that I've been speaking to in France are divided about whether this was going to be hijacked by the right wing, and there was concern about that. But I'm seeing, I guess in the footage that this guy's providing anyway, you see a lot of, Palestinian flags and things like that, which would suggest a particular type of protester, if you catch my drift.
To the genocidal Israeli state. And holy, it's great to see protesters in Britain-sur-Orge who wanted to support the strikers at the Amazon warehouse. So to get around the police barricades, they formed a procession through the fields and managed to reach the picket line. By the way, it was the same in Douai-Red, a human caterpillar that blocked the roundabouts in Hoche. 2 supermarkets closed to cut off consumption. It was the same in Harel, where everyone suddenly wanted to cross the sidewalks in Perpignan. The Carrefour had to close with the arrival of the protesters in Coutons in Manche. A Leclerc was blocked by the Confédération Paysanne. And then look at Perpignan, where they're using shopping carts to block the inside of the building. That's a direct hit on the MDEF. In Saint-Junin, they redecorated a statue with the ghost of the yellow vests. And how can you hold a demonstration without replicating the magnificent guillotine that was done in Marseille? And some wanted to block...
I hope that was translated perfectly. Let's just hear that again. How can you hold a protest without?
Junin, they redecorated a statue with the ghost of the yellow vests. And how can you hold a demonstration without replicating the magnificent guillotine that was done in Marseille? And some wanted to block the metro, but in Lyon it was a clown who did it. In Saint-Wire-les-Vosges, they decided to do it differently. They are elderly, they are complainants, they are at the market, they are relaxed in Brest. The Palestinian flag was raised, and in Morlitis, the priority was food with a free canteen like in Flers. In short, today, thousands of us met in the streets, met each other and took risks together. We created thousands of moments of solidarity thanks to our work, and we put it all together. We spent hours in meetings, in management, in organization, in logistics, and all that trained us for the next struggles to come. And it's not over yet. We know that in many places there is still strength to continue the actions, to create local media, and to perpetuate these general assemblies that will serve as a basis in many cities for a huge number of actions, assemblies, and hearings. Today, things have stalled, and tomorrow, we will continue this long march towards the transformation of our society. Yes, Barreau is gone, but politics is still there and will remain so until we, the people, are better organized than those who lead us. And to learn how to organize ourselves as a ruling class, we will need meetings, discussions, and actions to strengthen our ties and take advantage of the crises in the system to mobilize millions of people in France in the coming years, as we have done in previous years. Tonight, we will rest, and tomorrow, we will resume the fight. So congratulations to us and to all the work we have done throughout France to make September 10th possible. We're tired now, but you'll see that tomorrow. We'll be proud of everything we've done, and honestly, there's a lot to be proud of. And as
the rhetoric is so good. Eh? We are tired now, and we will rest tonight, but we will be back tomorrow. Eh?
you can imagine, this video was made very late at night with a lot of inserts that we collected from everywhere. It mobilized the entire editorial staff of the newspaper. So I hope you enjoyed it, and if you find it useful, the best way to support us is to share this video in the various Telegram channels. And if you want to go even further, you can support our independence by funding us directly via the typical link that you'll find in the description. If you continue the fight, no matter...
Vive la révolution! They seem to be very hardcore on the idea of solidarity and people self-governing there. So interesting. And so I wanted to use that to kind of paint the picture before we look at what the Western media is saying about this. Because, like, let's do our usual investigation. What is the Western media saying about this situation? Are they accurately depicting it? Sometimes they do. Are they accurately depicting it? Or is it like kind of, you know, mainstream media and like centrist political takes on this? Ooh, you know, watch out. People are burning things. People are being disruptive. They're basically the argument always, oh, they've shut it down. They're affecting the economy. And like, you know, business can't do what they want to do. And that's very, very upsetting, isn't it? When the economy gets shut down for a little bit and people are inconvenienced. That is like the big ticket in Australian politics all the time. Every time you hear about a protest, like people get upset because they've been inconvenienced because they can't go to work or something like that. And inconvenience is the nail in the coffin as to why people shouldn't protest. All right. So this was actually on the day, I'm pretty sure. And this is from France 24 English. So if you can see that, this is a French news organization that specifically does its stuff in English, which is helpful. For us, anyway.
So we can cross live. For more on the action of those protests in Paris, we can cross live to our reporter, James André. James, you're at Place de la République. What's going on where you are?
Yes, absolutely.
So this was live.
Yes, absolutely. I'm Place de la République, and as you can see behind me, there are several hundred people who have gathered here for this Bloquons Tout protest. And, well, as you can see, you have people dancing on the famous statue here, and also there's another protest ongoing, and that is at Les Halles, where all the shops have been closed because indeed the police is worried that there might be some theft in some of the shops. So indeed the prefecture has ordered for these shops to be closed for now.
Now, here it is, okay? And this is just a gentle reminder for people that aren't across this. I think a lot of the people that are probably live on this stream would know this story, but the history of the police force in the modern world, especially since the time of the Industrial Revolution, the history of the police force is not to protect and serve. That is a motto that got stuck and appropriated, you know, superimposed, actually, let's say, onto the organization of the police well after their founding. The original importance and the role of police forces was to protect private property. It was to protect private property. What did he say? The police are over in a particular area of the city while everyone's demonstrating and spray painting on public monuments. The police are in a particular part of the city protecting the shops. Probably the Chamber of Commerce in Paris has just been like, excuse me, you protect our shops, please, because we want to be able to open for business tomorrow. So the police are there primarily. I'm not saying they don't do other stuff. This is an argument you hear from people all the time that are like, how could you attack the police? Like, they provide a service and they do all of these extra things. Okay, they do stuff. They do serve the community outside of being just a physical arm of the state that is allowed to use violence. They might do other services, but primarily, I think when push comes to shove, they are wielded by the state to protect the interests of private property. It's a very interesting thing to remember when it comes to police forces. Their primary intent is to protect private property. When people say those talking points, I always say, oh, you have a right to work, not a right to get to work on time. Yes. They are protesting to send a message. I agree. Yeah, you have a right to get to work. Calm down. You should be able to get your kids to school, whatever. And you don't want to be inconvenienced. But like, that's what happens when you live in a free society. People get to express themselves, and it may inconvenience you. But like, it's worth living in a system that allows you the luxury of political expression. If you're like inconvenienced, then your employer suffers. Okay? They have to take that one on, like, take that one on the chin. Sorry. Yeah, protect and serve the ruling elite. Yes, the strong points of ACAB are when you frame it in the light of they are serving capital, not you. And that's what they're there for, to protect the interests of a particular part of society. And they do so. Like, this is it on display right here.
We have seen this movement gain momentum over the past few hours. There are more people now than there were earlier on. We've spoken to a lot of them. What they're telling us is that they have various reasons to be here. A lot of them were talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. As you can see, there are some flags here behind me, but also people basically talking about global anger when it comes to the situation in France. Some saying that they want to see Emmanuel Macron, President Macron, step down. Others telling us that they were not happy with the choice for a new prime minister that has been announced today. Now, there have been more than 400 arrests nationwide at this stage, a little under 200 in Paris, around 180. Those are the latest figures. Around 450 events have taken place since this morning across the country. We're seeing a lot
There you
of...
go. So we saw the footage of that. It's like 400 events across the country. It's not just in the major cities. It's everywhere. The farmers are out and they're pissed off.
Attempts actually to stop traffic around roundabouts in medium cities around the country. And us ourselves were earlier on at the Gare du Nord, which is one of the main railway stations here in Paris, the Gare du Nord, that had a large sit-in that had started in front of its gates and where there have been disruptions when it comes to traffic. That is this railway station.
Can you see this guy here? This is what I found surprising when I was over there. I don't know if you can see that, but like, he's just on the piss. He's drinking a beer. And like, there will be people here, you'll see clouds of smoke everywhere. There will be people here that are smoking up. And one of the things I found surprising, yes, was when I was, in Paris for one of these types of events, was like, people were drunk. Like, there were people, okay, like, no, I'm not saying disorderly, but like, they were inebriated and like, they were walking around drinking and stuff like that. And like, surprisingly, for people that were, you know, some people anyway, that were half tanked, they were pretty calm. They were just, you know, out enjoying the day, having a drink and expressing their political ideas, or like letting themselves be heard on the street. I found that to be fascinating. I know like the Europeans seem to have a very different relationship when it comes to drugs and alcohol, and like how liberal they are with that compared to, I guess, English speaking Westerners. But yeah, it was interesting to see. It was like people just hanging out. So, you know, take your pick. If there's 400 sites across the country and, you know, scores of sites across a capital city like Paris, like, do you go and do the sit down at Gare du Nord? Do you go hang out in the Plaza de République? Like, where do you want to go with your friends? Go pick somewhere. You can hang out, you can chant, you can just show that the people are generally upset. The French drunk say it ain't so. Drunk protests sound pretty fun. And like, they were like generally pretty chill. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I saw people who were just smashing things, setting things on fire for the sake of it. But they were generally young people. They weren't, it didn't seem like they were drunk. They just wanted to break shit. But like, the people that were just chilling, they were literally just walking and drinking, and having a day of solidarity. They were out with other people that were pissed off too. It's a very interesting cultural affair. Like, you wouldn't see that in Australian streets. And if like you saw it, then the police would be cracking down on that and the media would run away with it. Like, oh my God, you know, alcohol fueled political violence and craziness on the streets of blah, 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 blah. But like, everyone here is just kind of, it's just what they do. Americans love drugs and alcohol. Why else do you think the cartel business is booming? Oh, the cartel business is booming. So Trump has an excuse to wage war in Latin America. That's why, apparently. Yeah, they do love it. They do love it, right?
That indeed has trains going to the UK, Belgium and Germany. So of course that does have some international impact as well.
All right, so that's like the French take, very mild, just kind of showing what was going on. Oh, let's see what this is. This is funny. I think this is the Scottish Sun. I'm assuming the Scottish Sun would be like Scottish Fox News or Scotland's the Telegraph or something like that. So let's have a look at how the Scottish represent this one. The Scottish Sun. French police fired tear gas on youth protesters who were taking part of a nationwide movement baptized by the participants as Block Everything. The movement sprung up online in May among right-wing groups. See, it's fucking all over, but it has since been taken over by the left and the far left. It lacks its lack of centralized leadership and ad hoc organization via social media and Telegram make it hard to gauge just how disruptive Wednesday's day of action may be. And like they do it during the week as well. When we have protests here in Australia, it would seem like everyone does it on the weekend in their own time. But the French, when they're just like protesting, is like fucking Tuesday or something like that. And they're just like, whatever. Hey, I'm not going to work. Like, I can't get to work anyway. Let's just protest, shall we? It's only a $25 fine for drinking in public in New York City, so most consider it worth the risk. You can get high from the secondhand smoke everywhere too. Yeah, right. I'm sure you could. Yeah, $25 that's like just a drinking fee, really, isn't it? And like, it's not 100% guaranteed that you're gonna get hit up with that drinking fee. See the symbology there? The umbrella thing has become a massive part of it now. 25 bucks is like 2 beers in some bars. Yeah, I know, right? Sydney prices are getting up there. I'll tell you that much for free. What did he say? I think he said like everything's fine. No, look over here, everything's fine. It's burning stuff, right? It's just standing around and burn stuff. So there's no talk on this one. I thought they were going to analyze the situation. It's just all footage. So they're showing all of the intense struggle, I guess you would say. Why Macron's government keeps collapsing. This is Mint. Ooh, I think Mint is an Indian organization. Let's see what they have to say about the lockdown. I'm just here to watch a trash fire. It's finally getting the content they're here for. Yeah, plenty of fires going around, right? I see what you did there.
France is burning again. Barricades, fires, and police clashes shook major cities on September 10th. More than 200 people have been arrested in just the first hours of unrest. The protests...
No, this is AI slop. Got to be careful of all the AI slop that's out there, hey. I wonder if I got a different link that I want to just check out. DW? Yeah, let's check out DW. I think DW is a German organization. Let's check out what they have to say.
Now to France, where police have made hundreds of arrests on a day of nationwide protests. Now, these are live pictures from one of the...
You got to talk about the arrests straight off. Thanks. No worries. We'll find as many fires as we can.
Paris. Protesters are angry. Well, clearly those aren't protesters. Protesters are angry about steep spending cuts proposed by President Emmanuel Macron. There we go. These protests come just 2 days after his government lost a confidence vote. The president's appointment of his political ally, Sébastien Lecornu, as prime minister, has also fueled anger across the country.
From the moment dawn broke, protesters across France set fires and blocked traffic in a bid to cause maximum disruption to people's daily lives. Peaceful demonstrations did go ahead in many places, like here in Bordeaux, but in other cities across France, hundreds of people had already been arrested by lunchtime. Clashes between protesters and the 80,000 police that were deployed across France erupted across the day.
So the person that I was with, I had a French escort when I was around because I had no idea what was going on. Check out Where's Wally over here. So good. See how they don't run? That is a trained French response to the police. The cops will rush, constantly will be rushing protesters, bum rushing protesters in France. And if you break ranks yourself as the protesters and run, it's actually more dangerous for you because then they start picking people off individually in the scurry, in the skirmish. But like if you hold your line, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, you never see it in this type of footage, but like the police are like, oh shit, they're not backing off. It's like playing chicken. And then like the police rush in and then everyone stays together, they hold together and they don't break ranks. And if there's like, 300 protesters and like, 20 coppers, the cops are like, they hit and then they retract because they're like, oh, wait, we could be easily overwhelmed here if these people start surging back. And so I remember there's one point when I was in this narrow kind of like arena, like all these streets had come together, but like the area between buildings wasn't very big and the cops rushed in and like I was like, oh shit, leg it. And the person that I was with was like, no, stand here, stand. And like grabbed people next to him and grabbed me and everyone stayed together. And the cops came in and grabbed someone like right in front of us. And there was like 3 coppers trying to grab this person. And then everyone was grabbing the person that the police was grabbing too. And there were like way more people grabbing from the protesters than there were the cops. And then all of a sudden, there was 3 police surrounded by like 50 people and the cops were just like, oh shit. And then they backed right off. And I didn't really, Red Rover, let the pigs come over. I didn't really understand the dynamic. And they were like, no, you must hold your ground as much as you can. Because they're trying to just like get everyone to start dispersing. And it takes a lot more effort from them to be able to move people along. They've got to slowly march along as opposed to just running in their shields and batons blazing, which I thought was really interesting, learning the French tactics and the style in this one.
The so-called Block Everything Coalition is a collection of left-wing groups. They all oppose Macron and his revolving door of prime ministers, but have a disparate array of demands.
We are very, very tired of how Macron has been handling the situation.
We are unhappy with the current system. We want wealth to be shared among everyone. We are fed up with the richest people profiting. We want Mr. Macron to resign.
On veut la démission de Monsieur Macron.
The social crisis, the housing crisis, like Raphael mentioned, the housing crisis in Paris, that's really important, but also in the whole of France. There's the ecological crisis, there's like a lot of problem with neoliberalism.
In stark contradiction to the chaos on the streets in central Paris, the handover to the country's new prime minister, the 5th in 2 years, was taking place. The protests were planned before any government change was on the agenda. But protesters say the coincidental timing clearly demonstrates the problems with France and how it is currently being governed.
Straight to Paris then, we can join our correspondent Lisa Louis. Welcome, Lisa. So the country wasn't brought to a standstill as protesters wanted, but there have been some significant disruptions.
Absolutely, there have been hundreds of hotspots around the country. The day started with protesters trying to block certain areas, certain parts, like the périphérique, boulevard périphérique, that goes the highway that goes around Paris. They didn't manage to block that for long. They were evacuated quite quickly by riot police. Later on, we then had a number of demonstrations. The government says that around 200,000 people were taking part in these demonstrations that went on, that are still going on in certain areas of France with, as you have shown, protesters putting a restaurant on fire here in Paris, but also altercations going on between riot police and demonstrators across the country. 500 people, more or less, have been arrested by the police.
And what have protesters been telling you across the day?
I went to one of the demonstrations at Gare du Nord here in Paris, and there were hundreds of people gathered there, mostly young people. All of them shared that view that they were really, really disappointed.
Isn't it interesting, the conversation here, where she went? So it's basically like the main railway station in Paris, the central railway station. She's saying it was mainly young people. I found it very interesting. Again, I know this is not a new insight. We've been talking about this a lot, but I found it really interesting, the demographic at the anti-immigration protest, or the March for Australia protest, that I went to a couple of weeks ago. It was largely, Gen Xers, boomers, potentially. It was an older crowd, very few young people there expressing themselves. But here we go. These ones they're out in force, talking about all the issues that they have at the train station anyway. But young people out and about.
With what's going on right now here in Paris and in France, French politics, they were saying they felt that politicians weren't really listening to the people anymore. Some people were asking for a left-wing prime minister. As you mentioned earlier, Emmanuel Macron appointed Sébastien Lecornu, a close ally of his, and lots of people are not very happy about that. Others were saying, we are...
that was crazy. Watch that guy jump on the car.
As you mentioned earlier, Emmanuel Macron appointed Sébastien Lecornu, a close ally of his, and lots of people are not very happy about that. Others were saying, we are against the current system, but we don't really know what else we would like. We would just like more direct participation, direct democracy, as they are calling it. So what really united them all is unhappiness with what's going on, not just the recent chaos, not just the current chaos, but also what they've seen over the past few years, which they feel doesn't really represent what they want anymore.
And who's behind these protests?
Well, there was a group that set up a call to go and block the country on the 10th of September months back. And that group is known to be close to far-right extremists. But then after François Bayrou, the now ex-prime minister, announced the rough lines of his budget for the next year, the call for blocking the country on the 10th of September really gained ground. Lots of other groups were set up to say we really need to do something about this. And according to one poll from a Paris-based think tank, three-quarters, about 70% of the people who are in these groups, participating in organizing today's protests are close to the far-left party, La France Insoumise. So, lots of people coming together, all unhappy about what's going on in the country. It started as a protest against the budget, but obviously it's also, against what's happening more generally speaking in French politics right now.
So a quick word then about the tasks facing the new Prime Minister. This is not a job that anybody really relishes.
Well, it's a mammoth task. As you know, the French Parliament is basically split into 3 blocks, none of which has a majority. Mr. Le Cornu is now supposed to bring together some kind of, minority that might keep him in place. He has to bring together people from the centre-left and people from the centre-right, parliamentarians, and that would be really difficult because what they want is clearly opposed to each other.
Thanks very much, Lisa. Lisa Louis in Paris.
Shit. Well, it's going down in Paris right now, or in France right now generally, and they got some big kind of issues on the board. They have given up their autonomy over the economy by being part of the EU, and so, in order for them to deal with this problem without having their own central bank, they're going to have to go to the EU hat in hand and figure it out. If they can't come up with their own policy for this situation, it's not an easy predicament to be in when, you don't have control over your own currency. That is the one thing when it comes to the central banking system that has, basically become a mainstay of the capitalist world, is that the central banking system has been staffed with technocrats. Now, if you look at, something like the Fed in the US or the Reserve Bank in Australia, these are central banks that are staffed by people supposedly experts. They're usually staffed by ex-bankers or people that are coming from the major banking corporations or financial institutions. Then potentially people from academia. They're professors that have massive amounts of experience in economics, and they have PhDs on the topic, and et cetera, et cetera. So they're technocrats that rule the central banking system, and they are supposed to be there because they're impartial to the actual political establishment in that country. And so you can have a central bank that decides on interest rates and setting the tone for monetary policy, so how much money flows in and out of the public coffers, and they're in charge of that because, again, the idea is that they aren't going to be influenced by the government at hand. And so France has its own banking system still, but it's still restricted in what it can and can't do. But other countries, technically, if they're in strife economically, their central banks should be able to make decisions about increasing the monetary supply. So things like quantitative easing, they should be able to just flood the zone, let's say, and devalue their currencies to a certain degree, and so the debts that they hold mean less, and then they can get some more money into the economy to encourage spending as well, and people to go back out and buy things, which then allows them to pay off their debts, etc., etc. And so the machine goes on. But it would seem that the French, the only play in their book at the moment outside of going to the EU hat in hand is just to cut government spending. So they collect the same amount of tax revenue, but then they don't distribute it back to the people through their social services anymore. They just, collect the tax and don't give it back to the populace. They use that to pay off the debts that are outstanding and get it within that acceptable EU level, which is what has caused all of this political turmoil. So I think, the French people, if they stand up, they have a pretty good case to just continue to say, no, we're not going to have, if you guys keep wanting to get elected, don't bother coming up with this neoliberal style austerity policy that just cuts government services. You guys got to come up with something else. And it'll be interesting to see how the capitalist classes deal with this scenario for the French economy. This could be a pretty difficult slog if the capitalist classes refuse to budge on this one, and they don't come up with any other, creative solutions to get around their debt problems. And it could cause a lot of upheaval in the country. And this type of stuff is coming throughout the Western world. There are a lot of people, or let's just say the advanced world, advanced industrial world. There are a lot of countries out there that are in significant debts. And the $1 million question is like, debts to who? Honestly, debts to fucking who? A lot of the debt that people take out, that governments around the world take out, so they can fund government spending, although they have a tax base and they control their own monetary supply, a lot of the debts that they take out is from big, unnameable, multinational corporations and financial institutions that go around and have too much money and need to invest it in something anyway. So it's safer to have that money in government bonds by some random country over there that has a good credit rating. Go invest it over there. And at least the money's in something real, so you can get it back in a few years' time when you're supposed to pay your debts off. And so it's just like private companies that own a lot of France's debt. It's what owns a lot of Australia's debt. There's a lot of foreign countries that hold a lot of Australia's debt or France's debt. They, like China or Japan. Japan is, I think, the largest foreign country or central bank system that owns Australia's debt, as opposed to a private organization, but an actual government. Japan buys a lot of Australia's debt because it wants to sink it into a safe place that they know they can get a return on, as opposed to just having stores of cash, right? Or just having money on the books. You want to, smart capitalists or capitalistic economics is to have money invested. You don't just have it sitting around. So, all of these countries around the world have all of these debts, working people, average people really should be asking out there, and who do we owe these debts to? Again, it's just enormous, gigantic corporations that have too much money and need to sink it into something. Other governments that are shoring up their foreign exchange reserves, and so they buy up other countries' debts because they got to do something. They use that for trade and to diversify their assets and their own portfolios. And then pension funds, really. There's a lot of massive pension or retirement funds around the world that are just, sitting on huge stores of cash, and they go around the world buying up people's debt. Like a large portion of Australia's debt is held by, in national hands, you could say, by Australian super funds. And, you could really ask the question, though, if you owe debts and you're in a country that's independent, not like one, I guess, that's subject to the economic rules of the EU, you could really ask the question, well, we're in a lot of debt and we can't do anything about it. We're not taking on austerity measures. What's the real problem here is that we actually have these debt obligations that series of governments have decided that they are going to lead us into. We default on our debts. We say we can't pay them. We get a lower credit rating and see what happens. Fuck around and find out. Now, if one country did that, it's pretty much game over for that country. They get ostracized from the global community, especially the Western global order. Maybe China will come in with the Belt and Road Initiative and give them lots of money so they can continue doing their things. But one country does that. We see what's happened. Look at the South American countries. We've seen what has happened in those cases. Look at what's happened to Chile. Look at what's happened in Argentina. They will hang you out to dry. And then they'll give you such a poor credit rating that no foreign investor will ever come along. And like, you know, there's no foreign capital that comes into your country. But if multiple countries around the world all decided because of their people were pissed off and like weren't going to support them anymore, and if multiple countries around the world started defaulting on all of their debts, then you would have a chain reaction there that would topple the debt peonage, the debt trap scenarios that are screwing over a lot of countries and constraining economies. Let's just be honest about what is really going on here. We could have developed countries out there that are really investing in their actual economies, building new infrastructure that could generate jobs and further income in a capitalistic setting and help, you know, fund the next generation of working people that are going to contribute back to the economy. We could actually have governments doing that as opposed to just being like, oh shit, we're going to pay our debts back. We better bring in the next austerity measures and we kind of have to cut all government spending. And like they just cut all government spending and the economy just stagnates, just completely stagnates. This is like anti what you're supposed to be doing in a capitalistic environment. Like one of the best lessons I think from Keynes was just like when people are fucking stagnant or in some form of a depression, you actually have to pump money into the economy to get things going again, not cut money, not cut the money off. You need to give them something to work with to re-stimulate the economy. And like he was no fucking Marxist, let's be honest. He was pro-capitalist, but he knew that like, you know, in tough times, the government is there to stimulate the economy. And they can only do that when they control their own currencies. So if we are beholden to central banks, right, after all of that build-up, if we are beholden to central banks that are run by a bunch of technocrats who are from the political and the economic establishment, they're basically people that are picked because they've worked in the financial institutions that own the debts, that own all of the debts that your country has to pay back. And they're from the, you know, the academic sectors that breed the ideas on economics and the business schools that create the people that run the financial institutions. And they're just like, oh, no, we can't do anything but like, you know, pay back our debts. And like, well, we can't use monetary policy for anything else but to pay back our debts. Like, here's a fucking radical suggestion. Democratize the central banks. Democratize them. Everyone's just like, oh, you know, like, if politicians get a hand on central banks, then like, you know, inflation will just run out, like, will go crazy and like they'll destroy the economy. Hello? Inflation is already fucking crazy and the economy is completely trashed anyway. So like, you know, fucking let's roll the dice then and let the people somehow have some oversight over central banking. Let them decide when there's a bit of quantitative easing. Because, you know, when they let quantitative easing happen when someone like fucking the Lehman Brothers or some huge corporation like Boeing or someone, you know, it threatens that because they're too big to fail, they'll bring down the fucking economy. And then, oh, the central banking system, oh my God, quickly, let's bail them out. And everyone gets together and prints money and gives it to these giant corporations. They're fine to quantitatively ease corporations, but when people need a bit of, you know, extra monetary supply, oh, no, it's bad for inflation. Sorry, we can't do that. I would suggest in a situation that we have at the moment, like look at what is happening in France. The people aren't budging on this one. You got to give it to the French people on this one. They won't budge. They won't budge on this. Like Australians, our history on this one has been, we do have a lot of debt. Like we've really been neoliberal pilled on this one, the Australians, I must say. And I think most of the English-speaking nations around the world are like this. They've been neoliberal pilled to the max. Like look at the UK. Their economy is fucked at the moment, completely fucked. And they don't even like their government. Like, you know, at least at the moment there's a little bit of stability politically in Australia, a little bit of political stability at the moment. But like, democratize the central banking system. See if it works. If you really honestly, the only arguments I've heard against this is like, oh, inflation will be fucked, like kind of thing, and the economy will be shot. Look at what we're dealing with now. We're already dealing with the problems that you're so scared about. I honestly believe that the central banking systems have been set up by technocrats that are, out of the sights of, the politicians, is because, one, there is a grand central banking system that exists somewhere in Europe. I think it might be in Switzerland or something like that. There's a grand central bank of the central banks out there that decides what central banking policy should be like. And like, this is the behemoth. This is the citadel of the world banking system. And they all spout this stuff about whether the banking system, like the central banking system, should be done in a way that's run by technocrats and not politicians. So they all preach from this same song sheet. They all sing from the same song sheet because of this central banking idea that it needs to be separated from politics, which is completely illiberal. It completely undermines the idea that like people live in democratic societies. The Chinese don't do shit like that. They don't listen to what the Western banking world thinks. They have full control over their state and central bank. It's actually a state bank. Not just a central bank, it's a fucking state bank. They decide what to do with their currency. And you see, fucking bourgeois economists all the time. They're all just like, China's about to crash. China's about to crash. They can't keep going spending like this. They've been saying that for 20 fucking years. I think constantly the bourgeois economists are like, no, China can't keep doing this. Like, they don't know central banking. Well, fucking apparently they haven't gotten it wrong so far. They actually saved the Western world from 2008, the Chinese, arguably. Their construction boom saved the entire world from the GFC, but no one will talk about that. Tell you that much for free. And the only other reason, really, that we have central banks that aren't democratized, controlled by politicians, is so all the finance ministers and all the treasurers out there in all of your countries can just be like, fuck, the economy's pretty fucked. But the board of the central bank said they can't do anything about it. I sent them a very angry letter, and I am expecting a response from them very soon. Our politicians don't have to really make a call when you have a central bank that's detached from the system. So, like, hey, the politicians are completely they're completely washing their hands of this. So, we could keep them accountable if their policy decisions meant death to them, like their political careers anyway, if they made the wrong decisions with central banking. But at the moment, all of our politicians can just be like, sorry, I tried, but the central bank said no. The Federal Reserve said no. Your Reserve Bank said no. I'd love to drop your interest rates and help regular people out with their home loans, but I can't. Not my decision. It's just weak stuff from the political establishment. It's massively weak stuff from the political establishment. The problem with that is governments are meant to raise taxes when times are good, but that never happens. Yeah, well, that's bad politics, right? Quantitative easing for the people. Yeah, hey, not for the fucking corporations. They always get the socialism for the rich, hey, and fucking predatory free market anarchy for the rest of us fucking plebs. I wonder what France can do about that situation, though, being tied to the EU. Like, even the EU, you could argue, is, how democratic is that organization, really, at the end of the day? I wonder what the sovereign citizens have to say about that one. They would be taken kindly to that. Now, there is one other thing that I really wanted to have a look at today, which actually came up in the Discord, actually, in interesting discussion. Sam had put something in the Discord and was like,
people were making a joke.
Can you check this out, please? And like, give us your thoughts on this. So like, I'm going to plant this seed while you're looking at this. Is it Trump's droopy face? Well, have you heard people talking about that? It was like, he's had a stroke, and like, maybe that's why he disappeared for a few days and everyone was saying that he was sick. That's not the Trump droopy face thing. It's about this, and I'll plant this seed while you're listening to this. There's this idea out there, and it seems to be, being circulated by Gen Z, that basically, since World War II, it's been boomers that have been in control of world politics. Like maybe some Gen Xers in there, maybe, but like really, the boomers have been in absolute control. So I'll leave you with that. Think about that while you're watching this.
Because people were making the joke about Trump dead, and I was like, well, how old is he? Well,
Trump's dead?
You heard it in my presentation.
Very slide.
Trump is 79, so he's younger than Biden is now, but older than Biden was at this time in his term. He's the oldest president ever inaugurated, which is Trump now. Do you know how old Bill Clinton is?
Bill Clinton's like now, like 80,
right now,
83, 84?
I don't know, 89? He seems pretty old.
79, same age.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Do you know how old George W. Bush is?
85.
79, same age.
It's the same people.
We keep getting older, and our presidents say the same age.
Oh. It's the same people.
And they're all born in 1946. We have been ruled by the same year of boomers right after the war for our entire lives. Except for Obama, who was a little bit younger. But like that's crazy, dude.
Interesting little clip. And that came from Ollie Atlas. So if you're watching this, Ollie Atlas, at some point, thank you for sharing that. And then I just want to share the sentiment that came out of the general chat. I'm pretty sure from, I think it's from Sam in the general chat. So I want to read this one out to you. Hopefully you can see that. Okay. So this is Sam's sentiment on the chat, on the Discord, on the general chat in Discord. I've been saying the same kind of thing for ages. This video touches on a very different aspect of it. But here where voting is mandatory, the boomers have only just recently stopped being the largest voting bloc in the nation. And that's why I think they've begun to go crazy. The shift in demographics also happened around the COVID lockdowns. Politically speaking, boomers and silence between boomers and Gen X have been the most catered to and spoiled generation to ever exist. Always getting absolutely everything they ever desired purely due to the sheer force behind their voting numbers. Interesting, very interesting theory going on there. So this is like not just boomers as members of the political elite that have like ruled American politics or something like that, but them actually being a significant voting bloc that has shaped policy from a voter's perspective. But since 2020 and 2021, not only did the fact of life finally change, they also had to go through the oppressive humiliation of government directly telling them no for the first time with lockdowns and border closures and so on. Even though it was for their own good more than anyone else's, they also seemed to have a generation-wide mental break because of it. And now they're making it everyone else's problem. This became infinitely more selfish politically. Became infinitely more selfish politically, economically, and domestically. You can see it publicly and online with their behavior and rhetoric. The internet illiteracy makes it far too easy to see, and I've seen it firsthand since both my relevant grandparents are still around, and one's gone batshit insane. The other is too senile and never online, but is definitely regressed. They have both reverted back to using she/her on my trans brother, despite like 8 years of respecting the pronoun shift. Geez, sorry for that was long, kind of got carried away. But the sentiment is interesting nonetheless. Whether or not Sam thinks that they've been carried away, the anecdotal element to this piece, I think, is rather interesting, and it's not something that I have pondered before. Really? Yeah, I agree with this for sure. 100%. Good morning. Oh, g'day, mate, actually. Maybe that's not good morning, actually. I'm going to say g'day, mate. What a great time to join. This is interesting. This is interesting. Hey? This is very interesting. And this is coming from the Discord. And I thought I would share this sentiment. Yeah, he's right. I feel this way up in Queensland. There is a large block of elderly or like more senior citizens, let's just call them kind of elderly. They're still significant in the economy. They still make broad decisions politically. And they have had it pretty bloody good. And in recent times, they've started to feel the pinch too. And so they're getting pissed off with the way the world is being run. Because they've lived through literally a golden time in the industrialized world, a very golden time of great wealth distribution. And as inequality has risen over the last, like, let's say 40 years, maybe 30 years, as inequality has gotten quite stark and the additional wealth in the system has really dried up, and they've been the ones, you know, left holding like the last of the goods left over before the rich and the powerful really suck it out of their hands as well. Like, they're feeling the burn and they're upset about things. And potentially due to their internet illiteracy, I think, is the sentiment here. And Sam might have to come on and tell me if I'm not reading this right. But due to their general internet illiteracy, they're actually easily swayed when it comes to propaganda. They're used to a media climate where they're told kind of what to think by the mainstream media and they make the decisions up for themselves. But when it comes to social media, like, they're the generations that are the types of people that fall for the email scams, which are like, hello, your cousin in Tunisia has just died and left you £20,000. Send me your banking details and I can get that shipped to you straight away. So, like, they're the type of persons that are also easily engrossed in online behaviors and yeah, propaganda campaigns, I guess you could say. So, like, they're upset and they don't have the tools, it would seem, to exist in a social media landscape. And so they're not only angry and disgruntled, but like, they are being kind of told what to think, or they're used to being told what to think because they don't have to kind of really trudge through an ecosystem where, like, everything could just be AI slop, or everything could just be, I don't know, some type of weird psyop campaign, or like Russian bots or Chinese bots, or like, who knows? Like, they're not used to living in a world that is partly grounded in physical reality and partly a digital realm. And so, as a bloc that's still important in the economy, and as a bloc that still has voting rights until they cark it, hey, they could have an interesting skew. They do have an interesting skew on the political realm, and they seem to still have, like, look at that video, they still seem to have an interesting hold on political affairs. Like, I make the joke all the time, but really, like, when I call Trump the emperor of world capitalism in the imperial core, and there's a lot of fucking truth to that. Like, you know, American foreign policy, American policy, economic policy generally does dictate what happens throughout and reverberates throughout the capitalist world. Like, look at his tariff policies. My God. Like, whether you like them or not, or whether you think they're bad, like, they're still impacting everyone around the world. They've got world governments on their knees. And so, like, if that is the section of society that still runs the global order until it doesn't, eh? China's no different in that regard. I'm pretty sure Xi Jinping, Putin, they're all around the same age. They're in their 70s, if not late 70s. Let's double check that. How old is Trump, Putin, and Xi Jinping? Yeah, they're all in their 70s. There you go. Trump, 79. Putin, 72. Xi Jinping, 72. Interesting. They're all born in that era. Look at that, 52. Xi Jinping was born in 53. 53. Like 6 years after the revolution, the communist revolution in China. He's literally been there the whole time. He lived through the fucking Cultural Revolution. That's mental to think about. Like, this isn't history, ladies and gentlemen. These are fossils. They're fossils from a different world. It's interesting to think of it like that. Like, when Trump was born, it was like a year after World War II stopped. Just to give you some context, it's a very, very interesting subject that, like, I haven't actually put my mind to a lot, but very, very interesting. I missed some stuff in that mystery. It's sort of the stuff that I'd love to cover in a pod live stream someday. Yeah, I think we should for us. We should definitely do that. Queensland is a Gen X state for sure. Second to WA. The oldies are really upset and they're starting to go on about woke ideology too. LOL. Classic. Queensland 10 years behind. They're extremely media illiterate as a whole, in my opinion. Yeah. And like I don't want to be disparaging because I am not tech savvy myself. So like, I don't want to go down this path of just being like, oh yeah, well, these idiots, they don't know what they're doing. But like, they do seem to fall for the inherent traps of the internet that have come with like growing up with this type of technology. Like when you grow up with it, you just kind of, you have street smarts online that you might not have had if you were just entered into the online space when you were like in your fucking 40s or your 50s for the first time, right? Like you learn, yes, all I can describe it as like being street smart. I'm not even talking about like a technically savvy position, because like, you know, you can learn anything, right? You can really learn, like you can go on YouTube videos and you can learn about tech and you can teach yourself how to use technology, but there comes a level of street smarts that comes with being online, chronically online, some would say. Need to touch grass sometimes. Where's my Discord gone? There it is. I just want to check the stream chat. Oh, that's from before Avalava. If only there was some type of historical precedence for absolving debts. If there was, you could give it a name like, I don't know, Jubilee. Sounds euphoric. I know, right? Debt fucking Jubilee. Now, what an alien term that is. I'm an advocate for it. I'm just saying it. Saying how it fucking is. I feel for the French. This is going to reverberate throughout the whole world. So we're all going to have discussions on the central banking one way or another very time soon. And sometime soon. My millennial mates are pretty much boomers too, using Facebook and being sucked into culture wars. LOL. That's pretty funny. Bro, you can't say that Frederick Engels around Gen X or boomers, it's worse than the name Satan to them. Gen X, that's, you know, like these people should know a little bit better than that, because they grew up in a time where it was much more acceptable to talk about things like that, like Marx and Engels, and everyone was kind of down with what these terms meant before they were really, really just trash with crazy propaganda. Gen X are the stoner religion generation. Heaps are low-key occult fascists. Fuck, there's some fossils. Well, they like, these guys are like historical pieces. Like, think about that. Donald Trump was born a year after World War II, right? Like, he really is from another world, from another age. I know he's setting policy, but he's setting policy from someone who did come from an age that is just completely alien to what we're, like, look at what we're doing now. That wasn't possible when he was in his 20s or his 30s. It wasn't possible at all. It wasn't even dreamed about, I reckon. I'm just here to watch a trash fire. Rabble, rabble, woke mind virus, cultural post, modern Marxism, arg, communism, socialism, bad, blah, 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 lol. That's cultural Marxism. Cultural postmodern. That's it, yeah, cultural postmodern Marxism. Yeah, very good. Living in an era where replacement parts are available, nothing else explains Murdoch. Huh. That's very interesting. But yeah, I don't want to disparage any groups here, but like that is interesting that, like, you know, Donald Trump, again, leader of the capitalist world order, God Emperor Donald Trump, was born a year after World War II finished. I'm not talking about someone in their 60s here. Like, people work throughout their 60s. They're still in the working class. They're integrated into the economy. He's almost 80. Like, he really should be on a tour bus somewhere, you know, like taking snaps on a holiday and like thinking about the grandkids. Like, he's added enough value to the economy, I'm sure. I'm sure his supporters think so, right? Like, he should. There's a station. Like, I think his cohort should be advising policy decisions. They should definitely be advising and using the skill sets that they have procured from an entire lifetime of being in society and in the economy and helping to shape the world for future generations. But like, that's not why he's there. He's trying to make sure that Trump coin wins. And so like he can, again, I don't know, ensure that his family and his legacy or him himself stays a billionaire for the next decade, at least. That's all he's worried about, really, is about making sure that he stays in the billionaire class. And so, like, you know, if he was more of a, you know, of a grandfather figure, as opposed to someone who is solidifying, again, his placement in the ruling classes by his station as president of the United States, like, that's a very different outlook to have. And he does, by virtue, have a very different upbringing to all of the people he's making policy decisions for now that are going to affect them for the next so many decades. He's making decisions as a 79-year-old that may reverberate throughout history for the rest of the century. And like, he might not even be alive to see the ramifications of that anyway. It's a very interesting phenomenon. Like, if he was, you know, yeah, if he was in his 60s, like, yeah, heaps of people in their 60s have to work because of how fucked the economy is. People were promised that they were going to be able to fucking retire by a certain time. You know, work hard, and then, you know, by the time you're 60, whatever, you know, go around the world and, like, you know, stimulate the economy. Go and buy shit and spend your retirement money somewhere. But I think by the age of 80, like, let's be honest, by about the age of 80, you should be in your fucking very relaxed phase of your life where you're literally just thinking about the grandkids, possibly even great grandkids at that time, and worrying just about the future generations and what type of planet they're going to inherit. I don't know if you should be making, you know, globally effective, like globally impactful decisions. It's an interesting thing to think about. I haven't really come across this angle of analysis before. Living in an era where replacement parts, no, I read that one. Bro, ages kind of matter around how people perceive society and reality. Yeah. My dad was born in that post-World War II era, and you can really see how that period affected the way he lived his day-to-day life. Imagine what effect this had on these world leaders. Well, you know what's interesting about that? Like, up until like Eisenhower in the US, and Eisenhower was a general in World War II. he was all for the liberal consensus, is as in like he wasn't a liberal, but like he believed that the US had an obligation because so many Americans fought and fucking died in World War II. He believed that the state had an obligation to provide, social security and provide things for returned servicemen and to provide like a social safety net, let's just say. A social safety net, because he had seen war and he wanted to make sure that society was stable so they didn't have war again. And like he was probably one of the last Republicans that saw the world that way, and he was still fucking conservative as hell. And so like that outlook, having lived through world wars, made him have a very particular way of governing society. But like I don't know if the politicians have that now. They, as described in the Discord by Sam, and as described in that video, like these people, the boomers though, and their next sequential age cohort, lived through a time of grand abundance where they were given a lot of stuff and they were told, hey, the world is your fucking oyster. Just do what you need to do. And like everyone has got your back. And like there will always be progress, right? Things will move. Things will move forward for you. And so they wholly believe in that. And I guess they don't see the doom on the horizon of potentially their poor decisions. 4AS, you don't have to be a coder to be tech literate. You know how emails work. That makes you way more tech literate than compared to others. Material reality. I'm just here to watch a transfer. Material realities of one's era shape people's political realities. Yes? Question mark. Not that I know what I'm on about. I'm still on the preface of capital. But like, yes. Yeah, I think it would definitely, their material reality, so what they've lived through, what they've been able to accumulate in a lifetime, would definitely translate into their political realities. He's definitely thinking about kids. He's a New York playboy that was never taken seriously, and now he's taking it out on all of us. Yeah. Rome falls when the centurions don't get their land. Hey, there's one. Charmaine, women in Australia only were able to have their own check acts in 1974. So many people today have no idea and are willing to give away hard-fought rights. Very interesting. There you go. I remember speaking to a lady years back, an old lady. She would be, I don't know, 100 now, I guess. She had lived through the war. She grew up in Sydney, and she said to me that her mother was the first woman in Sydney or New South Wales that ever got a bank loan. She was a widow, and her mother tried to start up like a business, like a corner store, right? She tried to set up a shop in front of her house on the corner of the block so people could buy, like convenience items. And the bank fucking hated her, but she kept going around and harassing the banks until somebody gave her a loan. But it was incredibly difficult, she said, for her mother as a female as a widow without any male around to try and vouch for her. And like they very, very reluctantly gave her a loan. And it was actually, she said it was a successful shop that she worked in for most of her teenage years. But yeah, very difficult. Stephen said, European boomers are different to Australian US boomers. Do you think this is a fair comment because of their proximity to the conflict? Interesting. No male guarantor. Yes. Yeah, I think she had to actually get her brother to help her out with that, if I remember the story properly. Do you think it's a fair comment because of their proximity to the conflict? Yeah, I think the Europeans definitely, as part of Reconstruction, like they had to rebuild Europe, and they felt it firsthand, like the absolute destruction. So they definitely have a different view on things, but they definitely have a more socialized view. So they protect their social safety nets with a passion. That's what we just saw with the French protests. Like the boomers might have some very staunch opinions about, you know, what they see wrong with, you know, migrants coming into their country, erasing their culture and putting pressure on their system. But they also love their social safety nets, and they're gonna fight tooth and nail to make sure everybody still gets, you know, welfare payments, free healthcare, and a pension, despite whether or not they're migrants. They'll fight for it, tooth and nail. With Captain Hoodie, a wild culture war stuff. They're talking about this. Joe Jamal, I don't know who Joe Jamal is, so. But yeah, interesting nonetheless. A wild culture war stuff that they're talking about. Yeah, I thought that was an interesting kind of side note that goes on, like one of the many things that goes on in the Discord that we see from time to time, apart from the memes of production that were going off about Charlie Kirk that I was having a really good chuckle to earlier this morning. But like, yeah, that was an interesting discussion. So it doesn't look like Sammy is on the stream today, but it'd be interesting to know what Sam's thoughts are on this topic one day. So yeah, look, I'm going to try and find one other thing, and then we're gonna chill out for the afters. But like, I really want to find out what happened to Nepal. What are the most recent kind of developments with Nepal? Because what I saw yesterday was Nepal, the army has come in and taken control. So if you're not aware, we did a stream earlier this week where we looked at the situation in Nepal. So in Kathmandu, which is the capital in Nepal, there was basically a revolution of some sorts. That's what they're calling it. They're calling it the Gen Z revolution. Now, I would argue whether or not that it can be yet called a revolution. I think it can't be. It's like kind of a popular uprising. And like, here's the imagery from it, from the Discord. You can see here. That's the One Piece paraphernalia. And I saw footage from the French protests, funnily enough, with the One Piece flag there. So it's gone global, this symbology. And isn't it interesting that it came from Indonesia of all places? I find that culturally important, that Indonesia is now setting the tone for what resistance looks like in the modern world. But that's a picture there of Nepal's Parliament House being burned to the ground. So the Gen Z took over the country. They were pissed off. There's a large, yeah, the images go hard as fuck. Squeeb's in the house. America has been ruled by boomers for a while now. Lad to the stream. How you going, Sebastian? Squeebalicious, good to have you. The Gen Z cohort took over the country, and once the Prime Minister left office, I think they thought that would just calm everything down. But like, no, it didn't. And so they actually broke into the parliament and like burned significant sections of it down, if not the entirety of it. And they also went after the Prime Minister's private residence and burned that down too. But like the main themes of this Gen Z movement was corruption. Was they were upset with the way the government was run. They believe it is corrupt. And they were, like, the linchpin, you could argue, was the fact that they had a social media ban as well. So the Prime Minister put on a social media ban. Now, this is not unusual, again, for Southeast Asian countries at the moment trying to regulate the tech sector, the social media companies that are in there ripping profits off the local population. But it came at a bad time where there was a lot of kind of unrest. And so like the youth felt like the government was trying to kind of stop them from being able to express themselves politically, because everybody gets their internet culture and their connection to the outside world actually through social media, as opposed to just going on like Google and Googling it and like having a news, I don't know, a media outlet to get all their daily affairs from. They get it from their social media feeds and their interactions on social media. And so, like, when the social media ban came through, all of these young people were just like, all right, that's it. They're definitely cracking down on us. This is an attack on us. Let's demonstrate. So they, like, within a space of like 24 hours, they had demonstrated, and then basically the Prime Minister had lifted the ban on social media, but that wasn't enough. They didn't stop. And then the Prime Minister had to basically step down, and then they took over. And so, like, it was literally for like a 24-hour period, you could argue that they were living through a state of anarchy. The police had stepped down because they couldn't take on the protesters. The army had stepped down. There was no political leadership. Parliament was burning to the ground. And like, people were kind of just living in Kathmandu. They were like, they protested all day, they went home to sleep at night, they came back to the streets in the morning. It was literally a state of anarchy. And I say anarchy not in the pejorative fashion that everyone always uses it, where it's just like, oh my God, it was complete chaos, it was anarchy. No, I mean anarchy in the sense that there was no rulers. There was a society where no one was in control at that point. And so that was potentially a revolutionary moment, because if the young, which was what they were talking about, were able to coalesce themselves into a new government, they could have seized power and brought in a situation where they were actually setting up the government, which is what they were talking about. They could have set up a government by the young, for the young, which is antithetical to this conversation we just had about how the boomers run the world and they're so politically active that like they've controlled policy for so long. Like, this is literally the antithesis of that. This is a Gen Z like revolution. They had an opportunity, but what I think has happened is since then, and this is the argument, and we were having this argument the other day about what makes an anarchist, what makes a socialist, what makes a Marxist, all that sort of stuff. This is the embodiment of what Marx and Engels were worried about. The day after the insurrection, it's not the revolution, the insurrection, when you topple a government, the day after that happens, do you have a plan? And what do you do with the state? Now, anarchists say just burn the fucker down and everyone can live in a state of anarchy. Okay, fine. But like, if the state structure is still there, somebody could come along and take over the state structure, and then like you just have the same situation again, this time with a new government or like a military coup or something like that. And it would seem that this is what's happened. If the young people weren't organized enough to take over Parliament and start, declaring, pinning, nailing their edict to the wall and saying, hey, we're going to take over now, and like this is the new government, everybody reports to us, then potentially you just have somebody who has authority over a bunch of soldiers, and they'll come in and clean up. And they might not even change politics at all. They might just take over the system and name it for their own uses. And this is where it becomes really important for what China and India think, because as they're the two massive neighbors on their border, they'll have a fucking say in who's going to have power in Nepal. And if those young people had, instead of just burning the place down and then going home for the night and chilling out and talking about it on social media and live streaming it, if they had potentially taken hold of the building and then, like, Russian Revolution style, formed a committee and then exclaimed to the world that we are now in control and we rule Nepal, and this is the new government, this is the Gen Z government, and we'll be taking over from now. Thank you, everybody. Please direct your mail to our new address. Then, like, maybe we could have had a new government here, but it would seem like the army has just kind of moved in the void left by the anarchy. And remember, I'm not using that in the pejorative fashion. So let's have a look here.
Even as Nepal's capital feels calmer today with the army in control, the way ahead for the country is far from clear. In just 48 hours, thousands of young anti-corruption protesters forced the Prime Minister to resign and torched some of the nation's most important institutions. Now comes the harder task of building something new. But with the Prime Minister and most of his ministers gone, there's a power vacuum. The army has stepped in to maintain order and are supported by many of the Gen Z protesters. Some organisers were even invited by the army chief to engage in talks for a possible interim government. But
This is interesting. They're talking about interim government. But it's the army that's at the head here. So if some of the Gen Z protesters are happy with the army, fair enough. We could be looking at a military-style government takeover. But like, you know, if they had just organized amongst themselves, maybe you could have done this without the army. You could have had some type of people's revolution going on here, which is not, you know, new for the Nepalese. They were only doing this, like, you know, in the 90s and the early 2000s anyway, after they had a recent communist-style revolution over there, or Maoist revolution.
Already divisions are showing. There's no clarity on the leadership of the protesters. Activists have been debating who could credibly represent them. Kathmandu's rapper turned mayor has been floated, as has a former Chief Justice. But with no single leader and no united list of demands, the road to a stable government is long.
Interesting. Very interesting. So, but yes, the military has stepped in. Whether or not the military is doing this or taking things into their own hands, or they're working with the people kind of thing, is a real question here. But I wonder what it really means. Foreign hand or domestic anger, what caused? This is actually really potentially a revolutionary moment. But like a lot of these things go down the path of who has the control over the means of violence, which is an anarchist kind of principle. They're just like, oh, well, it's obviously the state. But like you can see in this case, like you have military officers, and so the army's kind of stepped in to help out, you know, very altruistically of them. But in the power void, this is a crucial time. This is where Leninists come in. Like Lenin, this was him. He might not have been, you know, heading the Red Army and like at the doors, banging it down, like at the palace, or taking over the Duma. He wasn't the one who was firing the shots. But once they had taken down the government and there was a power vacuum, he was the first to stand in with decrees and proposals for consideration of the proclamation of a new revolutionary government. So that was Lenin putting kind of his Marxism into praxis. That was praxis. And it would have been interesting if these Gen Z, these kids, had some type of unification, some type of organization at this point. We looked at a gentleman the other day who was head of an NGO, Gurung, I think his name was, and he was a prominent and popular figure that has been listed as kind of an organizer of these events and these protests. Let's ask quickly. I've just watched a piece where they speak about the fact that Nepal is in a position at the moment where there is a political void after the Prime Minister has stepped down. And currently the military has stepped in to help take control of the country with some support from the protesters. Can you confirm if there's been any developments on this front? Has anyone claimed power in Nepal? Or how are they planning to organize government in the country in the wake of the protests? Okay, it's got some sources, which is good. Nepal army has been deployed. Curfews imposed in Kathmandu and elsewhere. The military is helping maintain order after the protests turned violent. But as for now, the military has not formally claimed power in a sense of a coup. It's acting as a security stabilization role. Okay. Interim government in discussion. Protesters, youth leaders, especially from the so-called Gen Z protest movement, are in talks with the military and the political figures about forming an interim government. It's interesting. One name that has come up strongly is Sushila Karki, a former Chief Justice considered for the role of interim Prime Minister. She is viewed as having a clean reputation and anti-corruption credentials. That's a big one, right? Another potential candidate has been Kulman Jising, known for his work in resolving Nepal's electricity load shedding crises. No one has officially been installed or claimed power as the interim PM. As of these reports, the process is still ongoing. No formal constitutional takeover by military, no declared martial law, no formal coup, though their involvement in restoring order is significant. That's from the Wall Street Journal. Nepali army deploys to restore order after violent protests. There is some uncertainty and factional disagreement among protest groups over who should lead, how selection should happen, what mandate they should have, etc. Given the information, Sushila Karki appears to be the front runner as an interim leadership because she is perceived as relatively neutral and clean. The military's role is likely to remain as a stabilizer rather than overtly governing, assuming international pressure, domestic legitimacy concerns, and constitutional limits matters. The formation of an interim government is being discussed. It's interesting. But this is what she looks like. So this is, I'm not going to call it yet, but this is a potential revolutionary event. We might be seeing a revolution in action. I've always said that a revolution is not the insurrection part. It's not the violent takeover if it has to be violent, but it's the day after. It's the day after someone says, I've taken power. Then they sit down and try to decide what to do next. We are potentially seeing the revolution now. It wasn't the burning down of Parliament. It wasn't the young people demonstrating in the streets. It was the day after they went home and they woke up the next day and they're all standing around in public forums right now, negotiating, youth leaders, different factions. The military officials that are overseeing this and seem to have not been all, forceful with their hands, it would seem, at the moment. They're not being forceful, actually, it would seem. This is kind of where it's at. They're just discussing. They're people coming together to decide the future of the nation and how they should be governed. This is very, very interesting. This is fascinating. This is absolutely fascinating. If they're just sitting around at the moment discussing what steps that they should be taking next. This is democracy in action. And I mean that in a kind of pure sense, not bourgeois democracy. This is democracy as in people getting around deciding what they're going to do with their country. It's a very interesting situation. I would like to keep abreast of this situation. Any excuse to use the word abreast in a sentence. So, we're going to leave it there for, the main part of the stream. It's been kind of wild. The Charlie Kirk stuff was very entertaining, let's be honest. I'm pretty disappointed in Kash Patel, though. A useless bastard. I thought he'd want to get up and say a few words. I'm sick of hearing that governor of Utah talk. And he keeps threatening the death penalty. Well, actually, no. He literally said, we're going to use the death penalty on you when we find you. That's definitely going to make that person easier to find, I would say. And then the French stuff. What is happening in France is echoing around the Western world. Pay attention. That's all I'm going to say on that one. And let's keep an eye on the revolution, the potential revolution that's happening in Nepal. I really hope it doesn't end in some type of military takeover. I really hope that's not the case. That would be very interesting, I would say, if they tried to figure out a way where they could reconstitute. Because one of the original calls from the protesters was, we want to make a world for the young. We want to make a set up government for the youth of Nepal. And what an interesting juxtaposition that would be compared to the conversation we were having just half an hour ago about how the world is run by boomers. Nepal could be run by Gen Z and millennials. That'd be interesting. Very interesting. All right, that's it for the main part. We're gonna have a slight break, have a small break, and then we can stick around. And we can talk shop if you're interested. Talk about politics, etc., etc. Talk about philosophy if you're interested as well. Some political philosophy, like we were doing the other day. That was very interesting. But yeah, if you are interested, please stick around. We will be right back. Cheers. All right, we're back. Oh, David, you were still here. I really wanted to know your thoughts, David, on the discussion about, 80-year-olds running America and running the economy and stuff like that. Oh, sorry, 79-year-olds running America. Would have liked to have known your opinion on that one. But anyway, enjoy. We'll be right back after these revolutionary messages. So good. All right, let us figure out if I can get this one to work today. So loud. All right, we were going to do a battle yesterday. I'm excited about this. Hopefully it's a good battle too. All right. In war, we must be speedy. Yeah, we're going to take on Macedonia, but like they laid siege to Sparta, if you remember. And so it's going to check out if we can win that, because we auto modded this one. Do you remember? And they fucking like we got the odds like slightly in our favor, and they weren't able to figure this out. You know what? I'm pissed off as well. Like we can't tell if they've got siege equipment from here. Used to be able to tell that. Not happy, Jan. They are besieging. We are besieged. So ends the bloody business of the day. Homer. The Lappy seems to be holding up today as well. Yeah. We'll see if it continues to hold its own. Okay, so they got a couple of battering rams too. Oh, they got ladders. They got everything. All right, let's do this. Why everyone's on the walls? What's that about? Yeah, that's the archers. Interesting. I've got too much cavalry, that's my problem. For a battle like this, way too much cavalry. Why do they have them off the walls? Why would they do that? I don't buy that. General. One good thing is they can't use their phalanxes, right? This is fast becoming my favorite part of the stream. I'm glad to hear that. I really am. Because I wasn't sure if people were going to like this style of streaming, to be honest. Everyone hangs out for the political analysis and the general world affairs. But like, do people really hang out for the Rome? We're about to find out. And I think the laptop's holding as well. I think it's holding. All right. At least the music's on this time. So let's just make sure I've actually got my soldiers. They're on the wall, on the wall, 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 not wall. Who's that? Good. Military. I don't have much here though. That's a problem. I don't have enough soldiers. Yeah, I need more soldiers. Damn. All right, let's do this. See what they are. See what they have. Hey, Lappy's doing better today. Only 2 units at the gates. All right, you know what? I'm going to call you out on that one for us. Let's do this. Actually, not that one. Yeah. That one's got less. I'm going to put them up here. No, 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 no. Whoa, 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 whoa. Idiots. Don't go outside, you fuckwits. That's interesting. Bring it down. Where? Where are they at the wall with ladders? You liar! I can't believe how far they're spreading out. This is a very interesting tactic that they're using, might I add. Ah, they're over here. They've got their ladders here. Interesting. Interesting. It's going to round to the next entrance. Yeah, but like, I don't know if I want to do anything about that. You know what I mean? Like, let him do it. Let him go into another entry point. They're really spreading their army out. It's really an interesting tactic. I must admit, I haven't seen this before. I don't know what the benefit of doing that is, to be honest. Wow, they lost a siege tower. What are they doing? They lost 2 siege towers. Okay, they're coming over the walls there. Interesting. All right, go monitor this. Oh, if we can bring down that battering ram, I think you're right, 4AS. Yeah, the AI is cooked. Yeah, why is it spreading itself out so much? The AI is cooked. They're not even coming up the walls. This is very strange. It's dead. They've lost their battering rams as well. What are they doing? I hate fighting across multiple fronts like this as well. Flawless victory. Yeah, I don't know. What's going on? Glory to Rome. Spread civility throughout the world. I think the Greeks would argue about whether the Romans spread civility throughout the world, or if it was indeed the Greeks. What are these guys doing? They're not using their ladders. What are they doing? I can't see any other theaters going on here. Can you guys see any other battles? I think it's just on the wall here. It's just on the wall, man. The worst part is, like, I think I'm going to have to go out to fight them then. I don't really want to do that. Why don't they use the ladders? What is wrong with them? I don't get it, man. What's the tactic? Stop dying, you cowards. Oh, they got their spears out. Throw them, quickly. Nah, they just have ladders. But like, why aren't they using them? Sit tight. We got mystery, boys. And I can't believe we AI lost this one so hard the other day. Are they doing anything else? No. They're literally just getting shot at. They fight to the end, though, these ones. Far out. So what now? They've got ladders on the wall. What are you guys doing? It's like they're fighting one by one. It's a very weird tactic, I must say. The AI's cooked. You called it for AIs. The AI's fucking cooked, bro. I don't get it, man. And my horses are just chilling, yeah. I don't know how this was a crushing defeat last time. Have they? I don't know if I call it that. Hey, it's an interesting battle. Your own AI will just be as cooked. Yeah, I guess so. Like, this is weird. Maybe the AI, when we simulated it before, was just like Sally Forth kind of thing. Out the walls, lads. Out the walls. What do they got here? Missiles. Ah, artillery, horses. I think we just get the horses out, clear this up, right? Who called it before? This is quite a disappointing battle, actually. Oh, they got nothing left. Are these only are they coming up the wall or not? Maybe not. So that's all they've got left. One unit who might be coming up the wall. Light cavalry, light cavalry. Heavy cavalry. There we go. We got completely mauled before. We got completely mauled last time. I didn't get it. The AI, I think you're right. The AI is cooked. That poor MacBook is chugging. It is. It's chugging, bro. One day, we will have a more advanced finance structure on this stream, and I'm gonna get some better gear. But like right now, all of my money goes to fucking subscriptions for stuff. Subscriptions for editing software, multiple styles of editing software, subscriptions for being able to stream. Like, I'm just getting sapped by subscriptions. It's techno-feudalism. I'm telling you guys. Techno-feudalism is the problem. That's fucking crazy. That was such a different battle to what I expected. They're all veterans now. They're all veterans now. I think they did well. The old soldiers. Damn, it costs a lot just even to retrain people. It's fucking ridiculous. I want to get this guy into a battle. What should I do? Wish I could get that guy. Do I go after a settlement? Take Corinth back? Take Corinth. Has anyone in chat played Civ 7? Negative. That is not me. Negative. Check stream, chat, Discord if you want to see 4AS. Bribe the city in Corinth. Ooh. I think I could even do that now. I wonder if I could bribe these guys.
Be quick. Our patience is limited. You insult us.
Fair enough. Where's my fleet? Licking its wounds over here. Useless pricks. Gain Senate office. Alright. I feel good. We just had a victory. It's about fucking time. Who's hanging out? Dr. Nathan, Andy, 4AS, Dr. Tyrano. Friday afternoon streams. Been here all day. It's good. Andy, are you new to the stream? I'm not sure if I've actually seen your name pop up before. Are you one of the people that used to lurk back in the day and now you've come out? Your streams turn on as I finish work on a Friday. Too good. The timing was meant to be. Yeah, are you new, Andy? Welcome to the crew if you are. Unless, yes, like I said, you've lurked for some time now. Bets on Dommy being alive on Monday. Donnie. I pop in and out. Well, welcome. Let's see if you become a regular. But how did you find... Few months. Okay. How did you find the channel? This is my usual focus group testing. Or market research, actually. I like to know where people come from. I would like to know more. Hey, shall we? Lift the siege. God, I hope I can do this. Yes, yes. Pussy. Why can't I go there? That's my own space. Oh, how do I get trapped like that? It's so annoying. No, ladders are pretty good, actually. FJ, of course. Yeah, dude. I'm in the Discord. Okay, cool. Sweet. So, like, when you say FJ, I'm assuming you must mean the podcast then. The FJ podcast. I love how everyone's just like, yeah, I came from FJ, of course. It's like, fuck. My algorithm doesn't work for itself. Can only get to people through going on other people's platforms. Apart from my American audience, actually, they are all organic through the Owl Guy. I want to get this guy. Can't believe he backed down. What a pussy. Agent found. Ceasefire in effect. Nah, most of the time I just listen on my phone at work and don't really have time to put in the chat. So, okay. FJ made a video on China recently. It almost felt like you rubbed off him on a little bit. Interesting. It goes both ways. Like a bisexual. Yes, that was the joke. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm finding a little bit of a change in his analysis. That's what people do in the Marxian school, right? Help change people's analysis on things. How they see the world differently. Nah, I saw your Bulldogs video first, then saw Jordan talking about you. So dug deeper. No way you saw the Bulldogs video. That's old school now, man. Wow, the Bulldogs video. Interesting. Yeah, I've tried to experiment with lots of content types to try and, I don't know, reach a bigger net. The Bulldogs video. Wow. Yeah, that was an interesting one. Yeah. It was definitely interesting researching how Australia has treated a particular subset of the migrant community, the Middle Eastern communities, like through the lens of the Lebanese population especially. It was interesting researching that. No, Gaul's been wiped out already? Wow. Take that. Gaulois. Le Gaulois. Ah, wow, Macedon's back. And now they've got a respectable army, it would seem. So we've got 2 battles. We take this one. I wonder if I could just auto mod it and see if it works fine. Yeah, I'm a Chooks fan, but definitely agree with the take. I actually find a lot of Lebanese people that I grew up with actually are, yeah, Roosters supporters. That's for sure. Ah, the Roosters. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'd auto-resolve it. Yeah, I know. Winning is good for business, baby. Nick Politis. Statue of Zeus at Olympia. Statue of Zeus gives a 4+ bonus to population loyalty in all settlements. The Temple of Zeus at Olympia houses a magnificent gold and ivory statue of Zeus. All right. Why didn't I get that message last time I took them? We gotta go after these guys now. They'll be next. It's good to have Corinth back. Need that for the trade. Shall we do a quick battle then? I don't know if it's a quick battle because I gotta bounce soon, but I really want to fight this. So I'm actually gonna save it again, just in case I can't do the whole thing. I'm in the mood for another battle. I hate when it does that. What do they got? Heaps of cavalry. Interesting. A good general, luck is important. Interesting. Doth one make their own luck? Still can't believe you saw us from the Bulldogs video. That's crazy. Fuck, I can't even see where they are. It's too steep. Oh my god. They're on the foot of a mountain? Seriously. It's bullshit. Let's see where they go. They're going very far. Fair enough. Oh, phalanx. Ooh, they're lancers though. Might change that. They've got light cavalry, heaps of light cavalry. Okay. Better change that up. Belay that order. No, not double time. Stop doing double time all the time. Seriously. I don't like fighting up a mountain. It's bullshit. Can you just shoot? Why are you getting so close? It's a bold move, man. That's a really bold move. Never fight uphill, boys. Donald Trump. My dad grew up in Bankstown, so I have a soft spot for the dogs. Yalla dogs. Yalla. Yeah, they took a beating just then, those guys. Pull them out. I can't believe they're charging me like this. This is really weird tactics. I think the AI is pretty fucked, you know? It's a good point. No, don't get baited, bro. Don't get baited. No, don't hurry. Stop running, you fucking idiots. Poor guys. Got shattered there. Poor guys. Never fight uphill, boys. Victi Vincimus. Conquered, we conquer. All right. I'm going to leave it there. Nice to end on a win for the Roman Empire, as we try to advance through society and make our way through the different modes of production to capitalism. I should have just wiped them all out. Damn. Now they're going to regroup. But yeah, thank you everybody for your interaction today. I don't know if I can really go through and list everyone because that's just not the way my restream works anymore. So yeah, Indoctrinathan, 4AS, who else we got here? I'm just here to watch a trash fire. Thank you. Thanks for Andy. It's good to have you. I think you're becoming a regular now. People are going to start talking. Voltateur, of course. Who else we got from the afters? Stephen Zed. David, thanks. Squeebalicious came in for a little bit. Jag, I think I said. Charmaine. Who else have we got here? Jungle Potatoes. Yeah, thanks everyone. I can't see everyone because I can't go back. But yeah, thank you for interacting today if that was you. And we will be back next week on Monday with another stream. So until then, enjoy your weekends. And hopefully you get away from the clutches of capital for a 2-day period and you can enjoy yourselves. So, till next time, as always, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery.